All right. We are live. Welcome, folks. This is a great episode we're going to get into. Um, I have a guest that is going to be coming on here pretty soon. And just wanted to let you guys in on this. My good friend that I've known since 2004, when I served my time during Korea. Um, I watched this guy grow from being a young, shy guy, young man coming out of his own. And we both grew up together in the military. So I guess it's one of those things where, we helped each other out. And we did some crazy, stupid stuff. But he is also on this awakening spiritual stage. And I just want to give him a kudos and tell him, keep pushing forward. Because, I mean, a lot of us are getting slack. From things that we say we post, or things that are going on, and so be it. What are you going to do? But a lot of the times people don't understand, like, when we are doing things like this, that we're not doing it just to toot our own horn or whatever. We're doing a lot of this stuff, posting, talking about subjects um, that we talk about. And it's really interesting because a lot of people will backlash on us for posting or saying things about whatever the subject is that we're talking about, whether it be agent societies, technology, government conspiracies, cover ups. And I'm not, you know what? I keep saying conspiracies. I'm not even going to say that shit no more. That's like one of the things I'm going to leave out of my vocabulary from now on, is because we, as researchers and truth seekers, and people that are spiritually enlightened or are taking things to that next level of bringing it out, because a lot of people don't look at things like this. A lot of people don't touch on these subjects, um, that we dive into, and obviously do our research, and you know pass on the knowledge and the information that we research and we go over. But there is that community of people that do discuss and talk about things that are, I guess, controversial, to say the least. But it's one of those things where we do it because we know that it's information that, if somebody, people call it going down the rabbit hole, or people call it an awakening. But for certain people, it gets really hard or it's tough because there's certain subjects matter, subject matter. Jesus, I can't even talk. That um, really pushes people's buttons, I guess, in a way where they just would rather not talk about it because they get a lot of backlash, and that's understandable, totally understandable. Um, some people just don't want to have to deal with that crap, and I get it. I totally get it. And I mean, I know I was getting it for a while. I mean, I would get people, telling me how freaking crazy, oh, that's bullshit, and you know, why in the hell would you even worry about that or talk about stuff like that? You're a fucking crazy person. It's not about being crazy. It's about looking at what is presented. You have governments around the world, and it's not just here in the United States. I mean, you have, whistleblowers from Europe. You have people that have come out from Russia that have spoken on things that they've seen or evidence that's come out of Russia, and Africa, Sudan, Egypt, um, the Antarctic region. You have these people that are working in government projects down in Antarctica and the North Pole that are saying and actually coming forward and saying something is going on. There's a lot of shit that's happening, and we as human beings need to pay attention to it. But a lot of the times you don't get that. You get that, oh, well, these people are posting these streams. It could be AI, it could be fake, and, all this jazz. We're just presenting the information and backing it up with, okay, if this stuff is happening now, has it happened before? And if it's happened before, where are we going to see it? Where are we seeing it at? So that's why you see a lot of the times when I come on the podcast, I'll talk about things and I'll bring up videos, but it's not just videos that are just showing things like UFOs or these creatures or government um, cover ups or these issues that have been coined as conspiracies that we now know are fact. I'll give you older um, subject matter that validates what is going on now. So, like, I'm not sure, I think it was episode 8 of the podcast on Seeker of the Unknown, where we were talking about ancient civilizations and ancient technology. And you see that the ancient technology that people were bringing forward wasn't something that was just now, it's been happening for years. And a lot of these people that are seeing or involved in this stuff, a majority of these people are military guys, um, or government officials who work in the military industrial complex or were part of that organization or were um, dealing with these government entities that were actually involved in the programming or handling of classified information documents and objects, whatever it is, cover ups for these UFO simulated abductions that people are seeing across the United States or across the world. You have these government officials that have come out and said, yes, the government is actually in possession of um, reverse engineered vehicles from these extraterrestrials and are actually staging these abductions. And like I said before, this is something that I'm just presenting the information, but it's one of those things where you, as a person who is wanting to get into this or who is wanting to discuss this stuff, and you're like, well, what the hell's going on? Because it can seem like a lot of information. I know that. I've done it myself where a lot of information has come out and I'm just like overload mode. And you start seeing things for what they really are in a different manner. Um, because it's something that is uh it's a spiritual awakening, but it's an eye opener at the same time. And especially if you've dealt with anything pertaining to this, um, yeah, I would highly say that a lot of times it can be scary. A lot of times people don't understand that people see things, deal with things, have been involved in things, or done things um, pertaining to a lot of cover ups that have happened. You've got people like Emery Smith and the guys that are whistleblowing that have worked in the secret space program that are talking about a lot of issues that, I mean, a lot of people probably have never, ever heard of. I'm going to see if that's weird. I've never had this happen, but this just happened right now on my computer as I'm doing this. I've always done research, like I'll talk to you guys and I'll, click on something or I'll type in, looking like right now I'm looking up um, no, sorry, Emery Smith. And let me see. As I'm searching, as I clicked on, I put on their Emery Smith interview about why he will not go into national parks. Because there was an episode on David Wilcox's show that was on Gaia. I think it was called Disclosure. And Emery Smith was talking. If you don't know who Emery Smith is a whistleblower who worked for the government. He was a doctor. He had his military background, and he was recruited by the secret space program and the government to help them with examining these extraterrestrial life forms and going and doing these things that were um, not conventional, I guess you could say. Things that you wouldn't even think about. Like I said, I will let you see some of the things that he has talked about. Um, and some of the things that he's actually worked on and talked about, and he has gotten backlash from the government. They've actually broken into his house. He talks about how his home where he lives, I think it's pretty secluded. He's got a gated community, and he came home. They broke down his gate to his home, entered his home, laser precision cut out his safe box that he had, and has videos of everything, pictures of everything. And he said that they knew exactly where this thing was because it's hidden. Nobody knows about it but himself, and it had all his documentation, a lot of stuff that he had inside of there. And he was like, I don't understand how the heck they knew about this, but they knew exactly where my box was in my home. They cut it out, broke into the house, and he has been threatened. They've tried to take him out as well. But he talks about a lot of things that are not, it just seems weird. But he has taken lie detector tests, and he's done his whole credibility, and a lot of people have validated exactly what he's been saying. And it is just really weird because the things that he says correlate with what other people are saying. And I'm just trying to find um but yeah, this is the thing that I'm saying, is that people that are dealing with this are trying to come forward and bring this information out, and it just seems like it's really hard because, like David Wilcox was saying, is that he himself was. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna try and pause this real quick, and then you could just look at that. This is just one of the interviews that he did, and like I said, I'll let you. You could check it out and look it up for yourself. But it's this show was Disclosure, the Disclosure on Gaia that David Wilcox was running. He was the host of it. David Wilcox actually left Gaia because of some issues that they were having within the company, and he was not happy with how they were projecting his show and trying to make it seem like it was not credible. So he actually left the show and did his own thing and was like, I'm
Video of
not
the guy
gonna.
claiming to be an X-Men in Black agent.
Now, you and your team went
Here you
into
go.
the inner Earth. What was the mission and how did you get there?
Well, we used portal technology, and there'd be anywhere from 10 to 15 people in the group.
Once you get into the inner Earth, how do you move around? Do you walk? Do you drive? What do you do?
Yeah, we basically hike the whole way. I mean, it's all
on foot.
All on foot. I mean, some of these places are so vast. They're many, many, many miles. I know one of the longest ones I remember was about 6 miles in diameter.
That's pretty hefty.
Yeah, and so yeah, everything's on foot. We do have assistance with special types of robots and other cybernetic type beings.
Did everybody have a specific purpose?
Yes, everyone had a specific purpose. Some people were teamed up to.
So this is a show where he is talking about the inner Earth travel. Sorry. Where he goes into Hollow Earth and he's talking about the projects and things that they were working on and stuff that he's seen. So, yeah, go ahead, take a look, see what you think. I mean, like I said, it seems off the wall, but as I said, this man has gone on to talk about a lot of things, and it's really, really interesting.
As twos.
All right.
Everyone was always monitored. Everyone kind of always knew where everyone was, but you could actually walk a mile or two in these areas, these jungles and these lakes and things like that. And in some lakes, you'd have to be careful because they're very acidic, so you couldn't just go in there. You'd probably burn up.
Eat you away. Right?
Yeah, and melt right down.
I mean, what's the worst thing you've seen there that may have happened to one of your crew members? Did anybody die?
Only things I've seen are the videos from past adventurers that have went into these things.
So they showed you videos.
Oh yeah, we
some of it.
many yeah. Before even going into a mission, you get to see all the prior missions. It's part of their training, so you know what to expect. You know what trees not to touch, what animals not to touch, when to run.
What is then the most horrendous thing you've seen on video? What did you see?
Probably was the lake was pretty bad.
Somebody jumped in there?
Yeah.
You sound emotional here.
Well, they just touched it with their foot. They didn't.
And lost a foot?
Yeah. I mean, it was.
It just like
they were
ate
done.
it away?
Yeah, it was like acid. Yeah, didn't make it. So.
Now, you saw this on video or you
Just
were
on
there?
video.
Now,
All right, so as I said before, this is Emery Smith talking exactly about something that, like I said, I mean, it seems weird. It really does. But when you see the man talking about this stuff, you see he gets emotional about it. And he has been through a lot. He's seen a lot of things. And he is one of the few people it's just really heartbreaking to see what this guy has gone through. And it's really weird. Check this out. This is fucking crazy. I'm gonna video show you. I did not click on anything. I just clicked on one of Emery Smith's videos, and this popped up. I didn't click on any of it. I guess it's just because of the promotion for it that's on here. I've already got Gaia, so I don't know why it's asking me for it. Anyway, but there are videos you can go and check it out of Emery Smith. He's talking about the incidences on national parks why he will not take his family to national parks. And it's really weird because I've had discussions with people that I know, family members, and some native people who live in California, and we discussed a lot of things about national parks, especially in Yosemite, and there were incidences where it was not even that long ago. Let me see if I can find it. There was a national park. Here, I'll let you check it out. This is one of the clips that.
In the vast expanse of Yosemite National Park, a series of inexplicable disappearances cast a shadow over its breathtaking vistas. While many come and enjoy its towering granite cliffs and expansive forests, this is not the case for all. Most disappearances in this park are swiftly resolved with a positive outcome. Some, though, evade closure, leaving behind nothing but a trail of confusing and unanswered questions. Among these, certain disappearances stand out, baffling seasoned searchers and experienced law enforcement. So, let's begin. David Paul.
Come on, internet, don't fail me now.
Morrison, 28, was a San Francisco chef when he disappeared in the park towards.
And anybody who hasn't also watched the movie Missing 411, I highly recommend that you watch those series as well. I'll get the links to those and I'll put them inside of the links for the videos. But it also correlates to what I'm talking about right now. But why is it that it seems that these national parks hold such sway over why people are being taken? They're just vanishing into thin air without any clue as to why they've disappeared. You've got children disappearing. You've got grown adults disappearing. You've got experienced people who are just gone. Can't find them. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. A lot of times I'll have issues with the internet, and it seems like it's always around this time when I'm talking about something or whatever. But like I said before, I wanted to bring on one of my buddies because he's been getting into this subject, and he was like, "Man, Sammy." So anybody that doesn't know me, that's what a lot of my military friends called me, because in the military you go by your last name. Instead of saying Samaripa, they would just call me Sam. So if you hear him talk or say, "Hey, Sammy," or whatever, that's why, he's saying that, is because that's how we talked. That's what we did. So I'm just waiting for him to get on and, get ready so that way we can do this, and we can have a good discussion about some things that we've interacted with, or we've seen, or we've dealt with, or we experienced while we were in the military or outside of the military. And I'm pretty sure he's probably, nervous. A lot of people are, but like I said, there's no reason to be nervous about it. So I'm just giving him his time and giving him his space and letting him get ready. So when he cuts ready, you know, we'll do the whole conversation together. But as I said, it just blows my mind that a lot of people don't realize the seriousness that goes into why a lot of these disappearances happen across the United States around national park areas. I mean, you've got stuff that, like I said, the disappearances in Yosemite, where they've had disappearances in Yellowstone, they've had disappearances down in the Mesa area, down in the Four Corners in New Mexico. A lot of just anywhere you see national parks, if you get an overlay of national parks and you put the disappearances of people around in those areas, it is staggering, to say the least. And it's mind-boggling because a lot of people that if like Emery Smith said in one of his videos, is this: if there is a cave near you, guaranteed there is an opening to the earth through those cave networks. Guaranteed. And I watch these guys on YouTube. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but they do this spelunking stuff where they go into caves and they go deep down into it. I'm not going to mention their names because it's probably copyrighted. But if you know who I'm talking about, I believe it's two brothers. They go into these cave systems and they go pretty deep, and they're just like tripping out because they're like, man, this crap is really, really big. The whistleblowers have come out and said a lot of the times that if there are caves nearby, you need to stay away from them because a lot of phenomenon happens in and around these areas, and a lot of people can't explain it. But the whistleblowers that have dealt with these things, such as Emery Smith and countless others, have said that these cave systems, or these caves, lead to systems that are connected to the vast majority of cave systems around the globe, and they lead somewhere, or they're a network of tunnels that go to something. Let's check this out. And then I think this is one that I was looking at earlier. It's just, like I said, I'm just trying to get you guys a visualization so you guys can see what I'm talking about and do your own research on the subject matter itself. I don't, like I said, I read books. My information is in books, and I try as much as I can. This right here, the Unearthing the Cloud Eaters. I love this book. I've followed these guys since they started their work at Gen 6 Productions. And as I said, Stephen Quayle, Dr. Thomas Horn, if you guys don't know who they are, I'll post it on the page. But it just seems like the information is there, but a lot of people don't heed it for whatever reason. Because people just don't think about it. They don't care. It does. Like I said, the people that understand are investigating a lot of this stuff. It's what they call going down that rabbit hole. It's going down into that information that leads to something else, that leads to something else, that always comes to something else. And it's like, holy crap, what else is going on? So let me see. Yeah, we'll check out this video. I don't know why it's not working, but there it goes. Let me go back, pause it, and then let me screen share it for you. You guys can check it out. All right, so on this video, this is, like I said, this is just something I was looking up just to give everybody a visualization of what is, what I'm talking about. As you see on this top map, I believe this is the one of the missing people. Okay. The top map shows the missing people, and the bottom one shows the cave systems that are across the United States. And as you can see right here, this is where we're at. If you don't see it, this is where Lovelock Caves is, and you see there are actually people who have gone missing around in our area. Crazy. So check it out. And this right here is the world. This is just a bunch of things that are happening. This map right here, as you see the dots, right? They all correlate with something. They have seismographs, or they have monitoring systems that companies, programs facilitated. You can go on and check earthquake statuses live as it's happening, volcanoes, whatever, explosions. It'll tell you, okay, well, they're mining, so that's what's going on. So these dots right here are indicators of what is happening. But a lot of this stuff is in around areas of interest that correlate with either like a national park or cave systems or things of that type. Natural disasters are also big phenomena that happen. And this right here, this is the Devil's Eye. It's a cave system. This is just one. And I believe this one's in California. It's a Santa Fe by the Santa Fe River. Look at how freaking huge this thing is. And you're going to tell me that you don't believe that something or some things can live in these tunnel systems? Why wouldn't it? Plymouth Mountain, caves. I've been there. We've actually gone there. If you live in California, there's a lot of cave systems that they will actually send you into. And I believe that's the one that we went into, is Mammoth Caves. You can take tours there. You can also visit the, what is it in Sacramento? Somebody help me. I'm kind of brain dead right now. I'm not done drinking my coffee. The Mystery Spot. Anybody who's ever not been to the Mystery Spot, they are locations around the earth where the gravitational pull is not the same, which is baffling, because if we are all living on this globe, this, spinning ball, how are these gravitational pulls different in these areas? Does that make sense to anybody? I mean, when you go to these places, you'll see, when you look at the trees grow on one side. On the other side, there is no branches. And you can actually hang on a straight beam and be leaning and hanging backwards. I mean, I have pictures of my kids and stuff when we were inside of this place, and it's a trip. And the explanation that the people were giving us is, oh, well, this is like a vortex spot, and there are different ones all over the world, because there's one in Europe, and we went to the one in Europe. It's a mystery spot. And it's insane. But this stuff is real, folks. This stuff is not. This is a whole cave network system that is that was documented by people that have gone down and mapped this out. This is the mapping system. This is one cave system right here in Mexico. And if you look at this cavern right here, they're saying that this Grand Hall is so big, you could put an Empire State Building in certain parts on top of each other inside of here. How nuts is that? Think about that, folks. Think about that. We have these cave systems, right, that are vast, that are all over the world. And I'm going to see if I can get a hold of my buddy real quick. That people are just thinking, oh, well, it's just coincidence. It's not, it's just, it's nature. It's what happens. It's not something that, you know, is paranormal in any sense. And that's not what I'm saying. But what these people are trying to say is this: there is something that is going on in these systems, in these networks, in these areas throughout the world where people are disappearing, they're vanishing. Portals have been seen opening up. Native Americans talk about portals, and incidences that happen in and around these areas. And as I said, even here, you have incidences around where we live where people are seeing things, experiencing things. Things have been documented, or people have taken pictures of things that they can't explain. It's even been on radio stations when they've done it, where they talk about orbs, that bright red, orange orbs that were flying through the town. And people were like, oh, well, it could possibly be a drone. And somebody was like, well, you're an idiot, because drones don't do what this thing was doing. And it was just a complete ball of light. There were no sounds. People had seen it, witnessed it. And how does that happen? They can't explain it. And a lot of the times, let's check this out. This guy's got a map system of caves in the United States. Just another reference. So just check it out. Bear with me.
Of people gone missing.
I think
And
he
they
shows
coordinate perfectly. The top map shows mysterious cases of people vanishing without a trace, and the bottom map shows America's largest cave system.
Wow.
It's exact. Look at that one and that one in Texas.
Just people living in the caves killing them.
Yeah.
But they
100%.
all
Those
people live
all-
like those
like
night
mole
walkers,
people.
skinwalkers.
And now you could explain it as, of course, more people are going to go missing around caves because like caves are dangerous. So
Okay,
you fall
that's a valid
in.
point.
But like
It's direct
it's all
correlation.
missing cases happen to be around caves. Like
But that's not all missing. It's just
This is a guy and his
because
dad.
they're
Him
missing
and his
people
dad
by
have
caves.
this
No.
podcast.
This is just a map of missing cases in America. That's all it is.
And all of this happens to be overlap directly with the national park system in America.
Yeah. And there are a lot of national park ranger reports, a lot, that they'll be like, you do not want to be outside in the national park at night. And you're like, what?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I've always said is I will never take my family to a national park, because there's a lot of things where people have been there. Hold on. I'm just trying to connect to something real quick. Okay, let me stop this sharing real quick. It's kind of like people don't care until it happens, and it's weird and it's jacked up, but it happens, and a lot of people don't realize it. But and it's not just like hey, I saw this guy getting grabbed, or I saw this person getting, dragged into this car or whatever. It's nothing like that. Nothing. What it is these people just vanish. and they get taken, and it's like their bodies are found, 40, 30 miles away from where they were last seen, and they can't explain how that happens. And that, I guess, is in the weird part. You have children that go missing that are, young children, or, it's really sad to think, at any moment your family could be in danger of something that is going on in these parks. But the big thing is does the government know about what's going on? I'm pretty sure they do, because why would you buy? They say that they did this stuff to protect the wildlife and to preserve nature in and around these areas, these specific locations around the world. And just in the United States, these national parks, you have thousands and thousands and thousands of miles, square acres of miles of just vast land that a lot of people have not explored to the depths of, okay, well, this is here, or what is this? And looking into it and finding out, holy crap, there's something to this place. But a lot of people are saying, well, if they do know about it, is that the reason why they pretty much made a habitat, a safety habitat for whatever it is that they're trying to keep concealed in these national parks? Could that be the case? I think that is what is going on. I mean, these things just don't happen for a reason. I think people understand and they know that we are not alone. And especially the things that are happening here in our dimension in itself. And it is it's a trip. It really is. It's a trip. Let me play this video as well about Emery Smith real quick.
A private organization went to the DoD and the mill labs I was working at, and they needed some technicians and some scientists to go to the Vatican to look at their archives, because they know that they had some information on a craft that was taken in New Mexico. And
so there had been a UFO
that was shot down.
Oh,
yeah.
And it was a recent one.
Yes, very recent.
Why would they shoot it down? Was it hostile? Did it do anything bad?
No, not at all.
Oh.
No, it just got too close to some of the weapons up there.
Do we know anything about what this craft looked like, or what kind of occupants they found inside?
No, there was no occupants that was mentioned, but the craft did look like a tetrahedron. The best way I could put it is make a tetrahedron out of PVC pipes, and about 8 feet in diameter, and it has a light in the middle of it.
And this was like a robotic drone?
It always stays
like a drone.
Exactly. It could have been. But then again, a lot of these craft are conscious, actually.
How weird.
And it can, every now and then, it'll strobe. And
this goes back into the whole thing that we're getting into now is AI. The ability of these craft to be able to control itself. It's conscious, it's aware, it knows what it's doing. The government is possibly working, and we've seen, like I said, I showed that video of Boeing with the the aircraft that has the nano, it's like nano or consciously aware metal that can bend and react to its surrounding areas and change form and do what it has to do for it's nuts. And this is stuff that he's been talking about. This is old. He was talking about this when he first came out.
And then it'll fill up the spaces so you can't see through it.
What color was the orb of light?
It was blue, but it was very small, like probably 3 inches in diameter.
And the tetrahedron itself was white?
It was, the outside of it was like if you made one with PVC pipe, and it was pure white, and it was seamless.
I
Like,
still don't
like
know
This
about
is
it.
so
exactly
so
the
if you have
same
an
shit that they're
empty
talking about, or they
tetrahedron that you can
are
see through,
revealed
again,
at
we're
Boeing.
talking about the outside lines, okay?
Okay.
You can see through it and you can see this ball. Now, if you get too
Oh.
close to it, it will actually go solid.
This tetrahedron goes solid.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
And then what does it look like?
It's just white. Just white.
Wow.
Yeah, pure white.
So this appears to have been some kind of drone. There were no occupants in it.
There's no occupants, but it doesn't mean, because that white light could be some sort of consciousness.
Or a being, right?
Or a being.
Yeah.
So you cannot, anytime you see light, you have to think being first, and then, go from there.
And as I said before, a lot of people have posted. I've had family members back in Fresno, California, Madera, who have showed me videos and pictures. As a matter of fact, I need to get them on and get those videos and pictures from them. But all these pictures of these orbs or these balls of light, like he said, you've got to think this thing is acting and moving and maneuvering. It's on a pathway. It's doing something that is consciously aware of its surroundings. What is it? Is it being controlled? Is it something that is in this object? Is it in this environment? Is it something that is it in a ship? What is it? But like you said, you've got to think it's consciously aware of what is going on. It's got to be something that is either an AI that has the capability to maneuver in its space and time and show itself as this ball of light. But the object that he's seen was actually in a drone in a physical protective casing that looked like a tetrahedron, he said. And this is the same thing. If you've seen the new video of the stealth bomber that Boeing just released, this correlates a lot with what he's saying.
They have a very robust idea of what normally would crash, correct? Like
Yes.
They have an extensive catalog?
They have an extensive collection, I will say.
Okay. But this skewed the charts.
And the whistleblowers
Yes.
who came out in
Yes,
Congress
they
have
all
just
different,
validated exactly what he
I guess
just said.
frequencies or something that they were amazed about, and it didn't show any aggression or whatever after it was shot down. And it was still, obviously operational.
And you say that this craft was in the category where it appears that the material itself is a life form somehow?
Well, I don't know about that, because I wasn't in on that part. All I know is that ball on the inside had energy. So energy and light always could mean life.
Okay. So what did they decide to do about this craft? If they don't know what it is, they don't know where it came from, what kind of resources can they draw upon at that
Sweet.
point?
Well, what they do is they form a team, and they do a big background check around the world, because there's other catalogs in other countries and other religions. And of course, the Vatican has always been a huge database, has a huge archive of many things, artifacts and things they have found from space and have collected over many, 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 many years. And they have an underground base under the Vatican. 2 scientists and myself are deployed to that area, to the Vatican, to an undisclosed location in the Vatican, and we took an elevator down about 7 or 8 floors.
So is it common that there is interagency cooperation?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually for exchange for favors.
Would you estimate that most of your experience is in the Air Force side because that's where you started? Or?
Yeah, for this particular thing, I would say so, but they still work together when they have questions. They're not banging heads.
So if we have this craft that comes down and they don't know what it is, how often do you think this kind of stuff is happening?
Daily.
That's interesting.
Really?
Yes.
Daily? There's crashes of UFOs daily. I would not have expected that.
They're actually identified because, when we say UFO, we're thinking,
vehicles.
Vehicles, but there are a lot of vehicles that are recovered from space or shot down from space and then recovered and brought back too. And they're not always, of course, inhabited at all.
Right.
And a lot of these things too, actually, it's like the Trojan horse. They want us to bring this in here so we can learn about good technology and can reverse engineer some things.
Positive Trojan horse.
Very, very positive Trojan horse.
Every day? Every day?
Yes, every day.
Wouldn't there be people filming this with their phones? Wouldn't there be incident reports and,
Well, I think there are a lot of abnormal.
And that's another topic too, is people are saying, okay, well, if this stuff is really fucking happening, you know, we would know. People would be filming it. It would be on the news. But you got to remember, a lot of this stuff can get suppressed so quickly. There are a lot of things that will come out on social media now and on platforms that people will discredit. And granted, I understand. There's a lot of stuff out there that a lot of people will not believe. They will not believe it. And if somebody is filming this object, a crash, there has been people that have filmed them picking up these creatures and bringing them in, videotaping it. The authenticity is beyond the capabilities of what we would think of as natural. Because when people bring it out or they bring it forward, that's when you have a problem and people are like, oh, well, this is fake. This isn't real. This can't be happening. But at the same time, they're telling you these things are real. They're out there. They've caught them. They're aware that they're in our facilities of our life every day, and they're telling you this in front of Congress. And here you have Emery Smith, who came out with this this is like 6-7 years ago, I think. But he's been in contact with David Wilcock, who you see as the host. If you haven't followed David Wilcock, I praise that man because he was one of the first guys, along with Billy Carson, when they were doing their whole disclosure, and Dr. Stephen Greer, who I praise, and I credit all these guys for doing this disclosure on this information to the public. They have literally put their lives on the line to get this out. And now you see everything that they were saying was validated by Congress because they put that out there and said, yes, this stuff is real. It happens. We do have this stuff. We do have the bodies. What you are seeing is real. It's not fake. Crazy.
Things
Cool
people
stuff.
are seeing on YouTube and all these things, and
Okay.
probably 90% of them are fake disinformation.
There you go.
Or fake alien reproduction vehicles
There you
that
go.
they'll fly by just to make people fearful or or whatnot. So there is this happening, but you have to.
I just said this yesterday on the podcast, or Friday, excuse me, about how Dr. Stephen Greer in the unacknowledged video and episode was talking about how they fake the information to make it seem like it's real, but in actuality, it's just the government fucking with people. And here he is, he's saying
This
it.
doesn't happen usually over a major city. These things are usually now are being shot down in exoatmospheric areas and brought back.
Okay.
And then brought back very, carefully to the surface here.
So whatever happens, they bring it in.
It's intentional,
They take a look.
right?
Right. So I want to make sure we get into the Vatican.
Okay.
You go down this elevator.
Yes.
You're on an invited mission to try to figure out what the heck this tetrahedron thing is.
Right.
You go in after the doors open.
Right.
And what do you see?
The first thing I see is a giant auditorium type area. It reminded me, and I don't like referring to movies, but in Harry Potter's Hogwarts, I think it was like the vault system with all the little trolls where you look up and you see all these square vaults, but it was very rustic. This was spotless, clean. It was beautiful glass everywhere. It was just like
Oh my God.
these huge cubicles of glass, and some were different sizes. So it was really neat. And through these cubicles of glass were all these metal strips and lines. And then there were these platforms about 6 feet in diameter that could travel, to any of these things. And there was no jerky movement.
All right. I will post the link here, and you guys can check it out. I will post a link to Emery Smith and some of the videos that he has. And as I said, if you're not a subscriber to Gaia, check it out. Look at the disclosures. The first few episodes are with David Wilcox while he was still the host of the Disclosure show. Those are the ones that I watch, and then it started getting off because, like I said, David Wilcox left Gaia because of some conflict with what was being said about some of the content, and they were, trying to embellish stuff, and he wasn't having it, so he ended up leaving. But yeah, I mean, this guy just comes out with everything. They talk about the Super Soldier program, alien technologies, beings that they've seen that are in. This guy just drops everything. Giants that are in cave systems, cloned beings, for Christ's sake. We've been talking about this in the media. A lot of people are saying people are getting cloned, and oh, is it really something that is real? Does it really happen? And they talk about a lot of that stuff. And he validates exactly what people are saying that they're seeing or that they're experiencing. And it is just mind-boggling because we know that it actually happened because of the disclosure movement, not only with the government officials that were going into Congress to talk about this subject, but you have these people that have come years before any of this, before they went in front of Congress, talking about this stuff. This is validation, folks, of things that are out there, things that are happening all around us. I don't understand it. I like I said, it's just one of those things where you have to get the information by doing your research, experiencing it, going to these places. And as I said before, when we, where we live in the northwest part of Nevada, and we have a cave system. That's the Lovelock Cave System. And we actually went to this place, looked it up. When I first moved here, we came here and I was like, yeah, we got to go check this out. So we did. When we went to this cave system, and I remembered seeing this show on Emery Smith, I was like, I'm going to go check this out and look around. But when you look inside of the cave system itself, it looks like the cave system was actually, it was filled in. There are spots inside of the cave where you can actually see that it does go down, that they covered it up as best as they could, but you can still see in the edge system at the bottom of the cave lining around it that there are actually tunnels that still go deeper down inside the cave. I've actually gone in there and I was like, let me see if this thing's got flow of air. And sure as shit, as when you go inside of there and you put like a candle or you get a match or a lighter and you put it by the edge opening where the inside of this cave is, there is some flow that is still going through this system. And when I left the cave system and we went exploring around the area, the backside of the system, I was tripped out. I'm trying to find it right now because I posted it on my my Facebook page. So give me a second. I'm just talking to you guys while I'm looking for it. The posts. Okay. So let me see if I'm just looking through it because I have video of us going. I just want to make sure I'm not like showing my kids or anything like that, or whatever. But when you look at this system, it's pretty vast. It's big. It's a big cave. It's in the opening side of a mountain. And when you go inside, you can tell that it is bigger than what it was. It's, what they covered up. Let me see here. All right, here we go. And we found footprints. We found this portal looking thing. I can't explain it. I really can't. And when you're, hold on here. Okay. Yeah, this is the one I'm talking about. So I'm gonna show you guys this real quick. Just tell me what you think. This is when we went to the Lovelock system, and I was with my son and my nephew and my little kids, and we were exploring. And I told them, I was like, let's go check this out because this is freaking weird. I can't. I don't know how to explain it, but I will walk you guys through it. You guys can check it out and look at it for yourself and make your own decision. But here we go. Share screen. Okay. Remove that source. Sorry. All right, here we go. So as you can see, this right here is the cave. As you're looking down, as you're looking up into the mountain, this opening is the cave itself. Okay? And you have a pathway that runs right through here to the right, to the back side of the mountain. And then you have this path that comes round right here. Now, the legend is that these Native Americans were talking about the giants that were living in this cave system. Red-headed giants, massive people. They were about 10, 12 feet tall. But there was a tribe of them, and they were decimating the native lands and the livestock, and just really wreaking havoc on the natives that were in the area. So the natives decided, hey, fuck this. We're gonna kill them. We're gonna go to the cave and we're gonna take them out. As you're sitting here and you're looking at this cave, okay, from a military aspect, this cave is a very, very well fortified area. And if somebody was down here and they were trying to get at you, you see these big ass boulders, you could just roll right down on them, right? You just roll this, roll it right down on top of these people if they were trying to come up through these sides. This right here is a footprint that we found that was in a rock. Okay, I mean, a lot of people are like, "Oh, that's not a fucking foot." Yeah, it is. It just looks kind of weird because of the angle, the way I took the picture. But as you can see the heel and the feet, the toes right here, and the archway. This is an area that is behind, going about a mile behind the cave system itself. We went exploring because I was like, there's got to be other stuff around here. Just something was telling me to go look at the area. This is what I found, and it was really, really awkward. Really, really awkward. It was kind of spooky because when I didn't go the first time I went, when I took these pictures, I just stood back and I was just like, wow, this is crazy. But this opening right here, when I went the second time and I took my wife and we had the kids, I went up to it. I was really hesitant because I didn't want to go. But this opening opens up inside of here, and it's like a shrine. Because inside, when you look in here, there are ports that look like these little couplings, like holes, slots, but they're inside. And it's crazy. I can't explain it. So that seemed kind of weird to me. We were just drawn to that. And the reason why, I'll show you right now. I think it's going to be in this next video. This is what it looked like, the whole area. It is you've got a downslope here, you've got an upslope on this side, and then you have this opening. But it very much resembled to me a gateway or a portal like you see in Peru, in the gateway that they have there in the side of the wall. And I was just like, wow, this is pretty crazy, because it just made it that's just the feeling I got. I don't know the whole story behind it, but whatever was in there, or whatever the purpose of this portal or gateway, it was really trippy. And I got the video of what we saw. This is a 360 view of what we saw, what you can see. I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work. So anyway, these right here, this is my son and my nephew, about a few miles before you get into the cave system on the left. I'm not really sure what this area was, but it is a long ravine. It's about, it's probably a good 2, maybe 1.5 miles wide or long. But in this ravine was really trippy, because when you got into it, there's thousands of these animal bones that are just in the mountain. I don't know if it is animals that are being slaughtered and they just dump the carcasses there, but this is something that has been going on for a long, whatever is eating or devouring these bones, I don't know. I can't explain it. It still baffles me to this day. But as you can see, my son's, he's looking at it and he's standing on these bones. And I was telling him, I'm like, don't pick that shit up, dude, because you don't know what's going on. But there was like deer, there was cows. There were some bones that looked like, smaller rodent type, wolves or dogs or cats. But it was mainly cattle that we were finding in here. And you could see them inside. They were literally dug in, like we would just scrape the mountain and there was just bones, just, kicking it out. And it was just bones inside of the hill inside. And you could just keep going and keep going. And like I said, I can't explain it. And we're right here. The ravine is running this way. Okay. And to the right of this picture, there were bones, rib bones, that were in piles. Like this thing was eating them and just dropping them in this pile, because you have the carcasses, a majority of the carcasses were here, but there were piles of like rib bones. There were skulls that were in piles. There were like, I don't want to say it looks like people, but there were like femur bones that they were just in piles. They were just sections of it just sitting there. It was really, really awkward. I couldn't explain it. We were just sitting there investigating it, because after we left the cave, I was like, let's go back over there and check this out. So that's what we decided to do. We went back over to this ravine, and then sure as shit, I was like, wow, this is crazy. And I told my son, be careful, because I don't know. There was like a little opening spot. I told him, just be careful, look and see if you could see if there's like, mountain lion tracks, or see if I actually went down there and I looked, and I was trying to see if I could find some tracks. I couldn't find anything, but like I said, there is a clear pathway. You can see it right there. This was the pathway of whatever was walking through here, had beaten down the ground so much that it was matted down. And here's the video right here of us finding the foot.
So that's a lot. That's huge.
So the red area that I drew was because I wanted to show the footprint. But you can clearly see from right here all the way up to here is this foot. Okay. This thing kind of throws it off because, like I said, I was just marking it because I wanted people to see it. My nephew wears like what is he, like a size 13? Aiden, my nephew, he's like about a size 13. He's got a pretty big foot. This right here, you could see the heel and the foot, and it goes all the way up right around here. All of this.
So we just came across some footprints. That's a right foot and a big ass left foot.
So this is the footprint right here. Goes all the way back from right here to right here. Okay. This is the size 13. So this thing's probably like a 15, 16, maybe 17. Bare feet. No shoes. You can clearly see the foot marks. And that's what was the trippy thing about it, was because when, I mean, you could probably hear me in the video. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this isn't natural, because who in the hell would be walking out here with bare feet? And it just, it just keeps going.
From here, from that.
There you go. There's that opening right there.
Weird looking.
And it's just, it goes all the way down, like,
side of the hill. Side of the hill. The wall. Or the
let me see. I can pause it. You could see the feet marks.
hole in the wall.
See them? You can see the feet marks. And it was just a trip because they're all over. Like, it was just walking in big strides. Boom, right there. Boom, right there.
Or the
You could see the matted. Like it was just coming down the hill. Really
side
weird.
of the hill.
But it was a great experience because I had never seen anything like that. And the validation of this thing actually being there was pretty freaking cool to me. It was something that we got to experience. We often go there. I've been there a few times. I want to do a camping trip this summer to stay down there and see if we can see something, because there's spots where you can stay. And I would like to get a chance to do that. Hopefully we'll be able to do it this summer. We'll see what happens. But there are, like I said, the stories of these giants that lived in this cave system. And these the natives got tired of it. They ended up killing the giants because they caught them on fire inside of the cave. Son, can you give me some coffee, please? Freaking drank this whole darn thing. I was freaking thirsty. Thank you. And let's check this one out. All right. Is it going to play? Okay.
In the heart of Nevada lies a cave shrouded in mystery, Lovelock Cave. But what if I told you that within its depths, a chilling discovery was made that could rewrite history as we know it? Legend has it that in the late 1800s, brave explorers stumbled upon a startling find, a set of colossal skeletons that were far larger than any human remains ever recorded. These ancient giants, some claim, were part of a lost civilization of colossal beings that once roamed North America. Conspiracy theorists suggest that mainstream
don't use that word
archaeology
anymore.
has deliberately suppressed this incredible discovery. Some even point fingers at the Smithsonian Institution, accusing them of hiding evidence to protect the established historical narrative. While these theories have captivated many, experts warn.
And there is truth to this, because here in our museum, like I said, I get it. Museums get their funding from, the Smithsonian, universities across the U.S. They don't want to lose that funding. They don't want to have something happen to their cash cow, and it's like, why would you, shut that off? Why would you not take that money if they told you, hey, you need to give us the bones that you found? You need to stop talking or letting people come in here and talk about this giant, because they did have this stuff on display. There are people who live here, and I've talked to them, and I've seen pictures of these things, but I've only seen it and I've never seen them again, because they were like, I don't want to get in trouble, or I don't want to say anything about it, because it's a big controversy. Because as soon as you walk into the museum, right there on the front desk is a pamphlet from the Smithsonian Department saying, we are not, like, the story of the Lovelock Cave giants is not giants. The bones they found there were of humans. They were, Native Americans who were dead. They used, the cave system to get bat shit and make, products out of the things that they found inside of there. Native Americans lived inside of there. They found artifacts, yada, 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 yada. So it goes back into the cover up, and it's validation in itself, because it's showing that these people are taking notice. And if you're a museum and you're getting funding from these people, you don't want something to happen where it is going to cause a problem for your business and lose funding on it. So I get it. I really do. I get it. But you can't hide the evidence. The truth is the truth, and it's going to be revealed regardless. The people know what they saw. The bones ended up disappearing after that. The natives talk about what really happened.
That evidence for these giants,
like I said, I'm sure I showed you what I've seen for myself.
Skeptics argue that misidentifications, exaggerations, and even hoaxes have contributed to this myth. So, is Lovelock Cave a vault of forgotten history? Or is it a cautionary tale about the importance of critical thinking and separating fact from fiction? The mystery remains unsolved, waiting for brave adventurers to uncover the truth.
Cool stuff. So that's what I mean, is like, what in the world would cause people to up and change their narrative, just blatantly outright just say, oh, well, none of this stuff ever happened, it's not real, all these people are just, making up this stuff. It's just really hard to separate fact from fiction in a lot of cases, because a lot of people don't understand, thank you, that this stuff happens. It's real. It's not something that is just made up, or people are just, coming up with something just to get to be famous or whatever. It's not anything like that. L.A. Marzulli is another guy that I have a lot of respect for, that has done a lot for the community of researchers and investigators or reporters or people who have podcasts such as myself, that have gone into these places and researched and looked at these things himself and validated a lot of things that have been hidden from us. And here's a video of him talking, I believe, about Lovelock Caves and the giants.
Ellie Marzulli coming back from the conference in Lincoln, Arkansas, which was really great. And I want to thank our host, Joe and Teresa, for hosting us there. Lots of people came out. It was great to see the folks. But I want to talk about Lovelock Cave because it's all over the media today. So CTK, the red-haired giants in Lovelock Cave, all right? And what happened, according to Sarah Winnemucca, is these...
Sarah Winnemucca was the chief of the chief's daughter, and who ended up, taking control of the tribe and being a leader. And she spoke good English, and she told the story in her book about the Setika, the red-haired giants. So I'll let him discuss it. You guys can check it out.
Red-haired giants, six-fingered, were cannibalistic, and they would go into the village and raid the village and take people. Chief Joseph Riverwind basically stated the same thing. So the Paiutes got together and they said, we've got to get these guys. And they did. They chased them into the Lovelock Cave. They piled all sorts of brush. And when the giants came out, because they lit it on fire, so as the fire's burning, the giants came out, they killed all the giants. We were in the Lovelock Cave. I've been there. I've checked it out. What's very interesting is that the archaeological evidence, as usual, some of the stuff just seems to go missing. I'm Ellie Marzulli. Thanks for watching.
And like I said, it's not just people that are just like, me. I'm just a Joe Schmo, who the hell am I? And it's like the validation, because this is something that is vastly known across the world. I mean, Lovelock Caves there's people in China and Japan that talk about it. I've seen people that, on the internet that are like, talking about, Lovelock Caves and the giants and yada, yada. It's very world renowned. It's vastly known that these giants were real. They are here. I just want to take the time to say to everybody that's watching, I put the link to the studio restream. If you want to join the podcast and you want to get on, you have to click on that link and it will come and bring you on, or it'll let me know that you're wanting to get on the stream, on the podcast to talk about this stuff, or just, have this discussion. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Okay, here we go. This stuff is not just, they've found this evidence for years, thousands of years. California giants, they talk about the giants off the coast of California that lived there. You actually have evidence of giants that were in California. There is a massive wall that goes from San Francisco, the Bay Area, down. It's like 500 miles or 50 miles or something like that. They don't understand who built it, why it was built, and why it was there. But these tribal Native American, this is it right here. This is history, folks. This is like I said, this is something that it's not just me talking about it. It's not just me getting on here and just being like, oh, look at this. But this is historical fact. You have conquistadors who were here in the 16th century that witnessed the evidence of these giants firsthand, documentation, and them writing about it. Native Americans were like, we ain't having this shit. And this is John T. Reed. They were doing mining, like I said, they were trying to find, they were mining guano, bat shit. And they found all this evidence of these Native Americans that were there. You can go to the museum and check it out here. But the skulls and the bones that they had, they found also inside the one of the giants that died inside of the cave, and the natives just left them there, buried them inside of the cave, and the remains were excavated when they were doing this mining, and now they're lost to time. Came and took them. You can see inside of the cave where they did a lot of excavating. Like I said, it's in there. You can see it. These sandals, I remember seeing these sandals. I'm not sure if they're still in the museum. I'm pretty sure they are, but I think they did take them. This right here, if I go back into the cave, this right here is this is their handprint that is on the cave wall in Lovelock. And the documentation of it, you can clearly see the fingers and the palm. This rock right here is covering it. But it's the thumb, finger, 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 possibly two fingers right here, and another one that's back behind this rock in the hand. This brings up another great subject. And this is something that I'm going to get into in the next episode, and I want to do my research this week so I can get it out to you guys, is the connection between these giants, not only with other cultures that are in Europe and the Middle East, but these the Egyptian link, the verification of that these Egyptians came here, settled in America, settled in the West, found gold, because we all know that gold was a big, vast thing back then. And we had the crops, we had the ability to survive here. And we know that these people, these cultures, these different navigators who were able to sail the oceans to come to this continent. You got to understand something, folks. When you see the narrative that they try to paint of that these people were not capable to sail across the ocean, they were not able to navigate the seas, is a lie. It's pure baloney. There's no way that you can say that there were not people who were capable of traveling continents and settled down in the United States, because the evidence supports the latter. Yes, there were freaking civilizations that came to the United States. Christopher Columbus he was the first person to find this place. yeah, the Native Americans were living here, but there were other cultures that were from around the world that lived in the United States. Or on the continent, sorry. And it's really sad because we want that. We want that disclosure. We want to know what the hell's going on. We want to see it for ourselves. Cool digitalization. That's really cool, man. Beautiful stuff. Love it. So as I said before, it's really cool to see that we are here. Let me see. I think this is the picture.
The Sayataka of Piate folklore in Lovelock Cave, Nevada. Is this fact, fiction, or legend? Lovelock Cave in Nevada was first discovered in 1913 when prospectors found a huge deposit of bat guano in this cave. Since bat guano is the basis for saltpeter, the main ingredient in gunpowder, the value of this find was obvious. Miners soon found other buried treasure beneath the mounds of guano, however, artifacts, and even the remains of what appeared to be red-haired giants, known as the Sitka of local Piate legend. In 1924, an archaeological expedition arrived from Berkeley University, and the rest is history. The prehistory of Lovelock Cave. Lovelock Cave is located approximately 20 miles south of modern-day Lovelock, Nevada. It was previously known as Horseshoe Cave because its U-shaped interior. The cavern is approximately 40 feet deep and 60 feet wide. It's an ancient cave predating humans' arrival on the continent. In prehistoric times, it lay underneath the giant inland Lahontan Lake, which once covered much of western Nevada. Geologists have determined that the lake's currents and wave action formed a shelf, which in time became a cave. It's here that the supposed remains of the Sitka were discovered in 1924. Many Native American tribes from the Northwest and Southwest have related legends of the red-haired giants and how their ancestors fought terrible wars against them after the first encounter about 15,000 years ago. Even the Aztecs and the Mayans have recorded their encounters with a race of northern giants when they ventured out on exploratory expeditions. Their burial sites have been reported on almost every continent. Who were these giants unearthed in Virginia, New York State, Tennessee, Arizona, and Nevada? The Piate legend of the Sayataka.
Come on, brother.
The Piates, a Native American tribe indigenous to Nevada, told early white settlers about their ancestors.
Like I said, this is just something that the area behind Lovelock Cave, Nevada. What is this? This looks like where I was at. And see, this is what it looks like when you go out there. This looks like an older video, like possibly the 90s. Look at this shit.
Don, do you have any comments about any of this that you'd like to make right now while we're sitting here?
Well, the only thing about it is, except for the modern intervention, is it's unchanged from quite a while ago. I mean, the landscape's unchanged, and it's still pristine in many respects. But of course, it's got man's, you know. But this land right now, as it is open for.
There are a lot of mixed cultures who are here, but you have the natives who are here. You have the Basque people, who we have bloodline ties to Basque people, and our ancestral DNA. And I think a majority of the people who are from Basque descendants, their lineage of people is very unique in itself because of where they come from and who they are. Hey, what's going on, brother? Ken Bell in the house. We have that Basque culture is vast in its history because there are a lot of things that have happened within their culture that ties into the genetic DNA modification of their ancestral DNA. And it's very, very crazy because, like I said, when you look into this stuff and you start going down that rabbit hole, you realize that it's not just one thing, it's a lot. There are a lot of things that are going on that a lot of people don't understand. Let's check this out and see what they got to say. But you see this land.
It still could be explored some more.
Yeah.
It could be explored some more because there's places out there where
unwritten history is what I'm interested
you got
in.
to consider the Utes, the Paiutes, the Sitka we talk about, and
if Sarah Winnemucca had not recorded for posterity.
What interests me about Sarah Winnemucca's book is the word sail, S-A-I-L, meaning to me an offshoot of sail, perhaps, and that those people sailed in here, somebody from some obscure place, some time in history. What were they? And what were the Asitikas? And they were not ordinary sized people. And from that, you got to deduct what skeletal remains are here in the museums around. We've got a real hypothetical problem on our hands here, as identifying what they are not, as well as what they are.
This really intrigues me because you have people, like I said, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a 42-year-old guy. I don't look like it, I don't feel like it, but my body does. But you see these people who are interested. This stretches across age gaps. It's not just young people. It's not just the new generation. It's everybody. It's people who have lived in this area, who are of the Paiute Nation, who are the Basque Nation. The rich history and the culture that was here, a lot of this area was underwater. That whole area that you're seeing right here was a lake. Hey brother, do you want to come on real quick? Let me get you on here. I don't know if I sent you the link here. I'll send it to you real quick, and then click on the link that I put on there for you, bro, and then it should. You're sitting in your tidy whities or something? That's cool. But you got to remember, this was all underwater.
There's parts of Nevada we can go into yet, but it's even.
There is just so much land out here. You cannot tell me that there is not something living out there.
That is so dramatic.
If I found these footprints that were coming out of this thing where these gentlemen are at, they're behind that. They're standing up over the top of that, looking over the backside of that mountain that I was showing you. This is all area that has probably never been even looked at before. And that's what he's saying. We have to do something to be able to check this out. There's unexplored territory that people have never gone to. They're probably, it just weirds me out because everybody's like, yeah, do you go out there, man, you're going to go missing. But this is something that would be very cool to check out because it's in our backyard. It's right here in my back home.
I get a sense of history here for sure.
Well, I feel here that the horror that took place here, the butchery, all the killing that took place here with the beauty, it's just kind of a paradox.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah, it's a paradox, like a vortex in time. here we are sitting in beautiful vista with a history that's gruesome. Gross, you know.
The area here is beautiful. It's rich in history that has gone unexplored, uninvestigated, unchecked, and a lot of people don't realize that there is a vast amount of info. What if we were to stumble across something that would change history? That would validate that there were cultures, that there were people, that there were things that were here that we have no idea about.
There he is. Can you catch him?
Yeah.
I'm trying. I got one bad hand to get on it. Ouch.
I don't know what the hell they're doing. They're probably trying to catch a lizard. But anyway, that is so cool because I'm going to have to get a hold of this guy. And I'm going to save this link. All right, I saved it. So, like I said, anybody who knows or anybody who has lived here can tell you there is something going on. There's a lot of things that we cannot explain. Here, I mean, you've got witness. Here's Mike Davis, MK Davis again. He's talking to a woman who is telling him, I see.
If I continue to dig in this particular project, that I can bring a little bit of history back into focus.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you were talking about, just go over it again, just how big it was and how it impressed you.
To me, it looked like, well, because it's laying on the floor.
Okay.
And it's in this glass enclosed. I guess it was supposed to be a coffin. I don't know. But from his, like, here down, I mean.
This is an eyewitness who witnessed seeing the mummy and the remains in the museum when they had them on display, because, like I said, there are a lot of people who lived here in the community that witnessed and seen these remains of these giants in our museum, and they went.
I mean, he looked enormously long. So to me, he was 7 feet or more.
And the bones were all together and not pulled apart. And
I don't recall. To me, they were interlocked. I mean, they were just, the bones went with the body. It wasn't fake. Yeah. But his head, I don't recall any hair being on his head, and I don't recall seeing his hands.
What about the skull and the face?
Well, to me, the nose holes, the nostrils were larger, and the skeleton, the head of the skeleton was not humongously different, but it was longer than what a normal skeleton head that I've seen.
Yeah.
That's, you know, to me, he was a real skeleton.
And when you saw it, what was your reaction when you saw it for the first time?
I just thought, oh my God, because it was so big. I mean, I've never seen it. My brother's 6'6", 6'7". This thing was a lot bigger than my brother. And I mean, to me, it was just, I've never seen anything that huge, that long. So when he was standing up, you probably, you know, it would have...
Yeah, he would have been like a giant, really.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, to me, he would.
Yeah.
He was a giant laying down, so I can imagine if he was standing up. But I don't recall the color of his bones. To me, they weren't white. But I really couldn't. This was back, like I say, this was back in the 80s.
Yeah.
See, and this is a while ago.
Oh, yeah. And I saw him one time, and that was it.
Well,
this
not
is
the kind of thing you
validation.
want to see every day. I mean, it may end up giving you nightmares.
Yeah, but it was just unusually
I'm going to have to get a hold of this guy.
You know.
I wonder if he's still alive.
When you find something that's worth being an attraction at a museum, you've got to have something unusual about it, you know. Yeah. So I can see how it ended up in a museum as an attraction, you know. But I thank you for sharing that with me.
Well, like I say, Joe is going to...
What's
I'm
up,
going to
brother?
try to get a hold to him. I'm going to try to get a hold to him. We're going to hang around here for a while. I'm going to go up there and get a shot glass.
Okay.
And maybe I'll get a hold to him. If not, you know.
Let me get off of this thing real quick. Turn this video off, and then we can do our discussions or whatnot. But
yeah,
let's do this overlay. There he is.
What's up, man?
What's going on, bro?
I'm here.
Yeah. Hey, man, for everybody watching, this is my boy, Sir David McLean. We did some good
Yes,
time
sir.
together. Spent a whole year in Korea. Did some time with the 101st. Did our deployments together. And like I said, he's doing a lot of things, putting some information out there and trying to spread some truth. And him and I have been correlating and talking about a lot of things that we've been seeing or getting into online. And I just wanted to bring him on to kind of talk about what we discuss. So, what are some things, bro, that that you've seen or you've noticed that have stood out to you that you've been like, wow, this is like intriguing. I got to look into this because you and I have some pretty good discussions, man.
Yeah.
So, whatever you want, let's talk about some of that stuff, man. Go ahead.
So, so the first thing that really kind of grabbed my attention was I was on a fishing trip about 8-9 years ago. I was on a fishing trip, and it left from Destin, Florida. So I'm on a fishing trip, and we're in the middle of the sound. And I asked the guy driving the boat, I'm like, "Hey man, what are those buildings over there?" He's like, "Man, that's Mexico." And I was like, "How can we see it from here?" And he's like, "I don't know, man, but that's what it is." So then I kind of started to look into like, how can I see that from this far away?
Right.
If that would have to mean that the Earth is not as curved as they said it was,
Right.
So when I started to look into it, I started to like Google stuff and look into stuff, and it was a lot of people that were seeing 20, 30, 40 miles, even 50 miles without any curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
So it kind of started everything for me to start to question.
Yeah, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, what's really going on? And like, hold on, man. There's no way I should be able to see 50 miles straight in one direction.
And I
So
know, like, when you and I had talked about some stuff, and I had told you, a lot of people getting flack for bringing this whole subject up. Like I said, when I tell people, like I do on the podcast, I tell them, look, I'm not here to like judge you or say you're wrong.
Right.
I just question it. It's just like,
Right.
You've got to think there is something going on. And even like I got to find the documentation because I put it on our last episode that NASA put out, and you can check this out. It's on the CIA website. They released information saying that every test that they do, regardless if it's flying, if it's sailing, if it's satellites, supposed satellites that they put up or whatever, it's all based on a flat Earth theory. And it says it in the documents. This isn't me or any flat earthers discussing this stuff. This is coming from their mouth. This is stuff that they're saying. So if their narrative is, okay, we're going to run these tests to make these flight simulations, they're basing it on a flat plane.
Non-rotating.
Round globe.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, that goes back to the whole thing. Are we in an enclosed system? Are we living in this giant terrarium where we're just like these beings that were planted here, brought from somewhere else, genetically modified, you know what I mean? And they're just watching us do what we're doing, but we see these UFOs or with these contacts from these beings that are just like, okay, what these fools doing now? They go into these nuclear facilities, shutting these nukes down and whatnot. So like, do you think it's something that the government is hiding because they don't want us to know those things? Like you see them, like we can't go past the 80th parallel to Antarctica around getting close to the ice wall.
I feel like they're hiding it because they don't want us to know how special we really are. Because think about it, if we're enclosed in this, if we have a firmament above us, right, and we're enclosed in here, that would have to mean that we're some kind of special to us just to be here. And there's what's on the outside, like what's on the outside of the firmament, like
what else
why
is
are we
there?
closed in here? We got to be some kind of special to be the ones that were chosen to be in here.
Right. And you see,
me.
like in ancient cultures, how it talks about, like, I'll bring up the Bible, right? It talks about the pre-Adamites before Adam and Eve were created. And the narrative is ancient cultures, like it talks about with Billy Carson, and he talks about the Emerald Tablets and how the gods came down and they created these beings in this Garden of Eden, but there were beings that were already here.
Right.
They were already walking around. They were already doing their thing, but they just genetically modified them to be special. And now you have Homo sapiens with this DNA that even scientists can't. They're like, it's junk DNA. No, it's not junk DNA.
Right.
These things gave us something in the abilities to be who we are with a soul, because you see people that talk about, well, when I die, that's just your body. So something made us what we are, but it's just connecting, right? You know what I'm saying? Is that, is that how you see it too?
That's how I see it. That's how I see it. I was reading something that said that when the lady's when you're having a kid and the sperm swimming towards the egg actually chooses what sperm it wants to get in. You get what I'm saying? Like, so it's just amazing for us to just be a person in its own. And
we're
then
creating a life.
Right. And the second that the sperm gets inside of the egg, there's a flash of light.
Mm-hmm.
Light meaning
it's like that
life. Like life has began now.
Yeah, it's that spark.
So it's like we gotta be special. It's like we were chosen to be here for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like they're trying to hide it from us. They don't want us to know who we really are.
And it goes back into that thing also is that you get people who are, I forgot what the actor's name is, but I posted some videos of him, and he talks about, putting the glasses on. Like, there are people that are chosen because they see things now in a different light, the reality of the truth of what is really being in our plane, in our dimension. And he's like, once you put those glasses on, you can't unsee it, because it's always going to be something. Right. And it's like that, that's how I feel, like you get into this stuff and you start investigating, and it leads to something else, and it leads to more things. But it's like you're awake to the matrix, and it's like, what's going on? Like, what is the reality of what's here? Because you start digging and digging and digging, and it goes deeper and deeper. But it's like, holy crap.
You start finding stuff, and you're like, hold on.
Yeah.
When you look, you're going to see something. When you actually put the time into researching this stuff, it's all there. It's not like it's hidden. When they're testing a new jet, and it went like 2,200 miles an hour, right?
Yep.
And it said over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Exactly.
Right? So, and then they were saying if it was flying 2,200 miles an hour, wouldn't it have to account for the curvature of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't. So it says it right there in its own. They're telling on themselves, but people just aren't looking for it. They're just believing what they're being told.
Yeah. And that's the scary part, man, is because, like I always say, and I always tell people, is like, you can't make people believe it. You can't. I'm not forcing you to. I'm just putting it out there. Do your own research, look into it, and realize that since the time we were kids, we were programmed. We were force-fed everything in school. We were told, hey, this is how it is. This is the way it is. There's nothing else outside of this box. And we don't think about it. But that's how
the way it is.
Yeah, some people just keep going with that narrative. But there are some people who go, like I've always said, there's always been that drive to be like, there's something missing. This don't seem right. And I've always questioned it. And there's a lot of people who are doing the same thing, like, like yourself. You see these things for what they really are. Is it hard for you to bring it up to, somebody asks you something like, oh, hey, man, they bring up a topic.
I just tell them, and I just let them run with it. You ever meet somebody and they say something that like what you think, and I'm like, hold on. I was like, bro, so do you think the Earth is round or is the Earth flat? I just flat out ask them. And they're like, man, well, they said it was round, you know. So I'm like, oh, okay, this guy, you know, I'll let him think the way he thinks, you know. But
Yeah.
I've asked pilots,
Mhm.
and they said the Earth is flat. They don't want us to tell you, but the
Yep.
Earth is flat. The plane, like the part of the way that the plane works is it locks on to the horizon to keep the plane flat. To you're not going up, you're not going down, you're going straight, right? So if
Right.
it
And
locks on to the horizon, wouldn't the Earth have to be flat for it to do
yeah,
that in the
because you
first
see
place?
like the narrative of like them showing the object and it moves away and it just disappears because we're at that point where we can't see that far out,
Right.
but it's just going down that linear motion where it disappears past that horizon. Yeah, I've seen the experiments. Is that what you're talking about? Like it just that flat plane, but you're not
Right.
seeing it at that distance.
Yeah, it's just because they're higher up, so it seems like you can see further, but the
Hmm.
plane is actually locked on to the flat horizon. The
Yeah.
pilots are in the air all day. They know that the Earth is flat. If you look at the flight paths of when they had to do emergency landings and stuff like that, it doesn't make sense. Why would they fly 2,200 miles that way to make an emergency landing if
Yeah.
they're going? You know, it doesn't make sense. If you challenge it, you'll
Yeah.
see it for yourself. You know.
Yeah. And being in the military, I think, you know, and being in the Middle East and experiencing and seeing the other cultures and talking to people, and I have a lot of friends that I still talk to, that were our interpreters, and we get into this discussion too. Um, did you ever experience anything while you were there, or see anything that made you question, like, holy crap, like that was one of the big things, like I said, for myself, is seeing these areas in Iraq or talking to people in Afghanistan and seeing the different things that they had experienced culturally wise, and hearing stories about these either beings, or they call them jinn, or they call them
Right. Yeah.
natural
My
things. And
interpreter. So one day, this is a crazy story. So we're out on a mission, you know, and we're supposed to be Cordon and knocking, and we're just driving around, you know, and and then we get out the trucks, and my interpreter, he rode in my truck. He goes, "There's a bad spirit in the area," and I looked at him, I was like, "Man, what you talking about, man? Hey, don't come don't come over here with that, bro." And he was like, "There's a genie in the area." And he was like, "In America, you guys think genies are good, but they're bad. They make bad stuff happen." And
yeah,
not even 30 minutes later, we lost the guy. He was in the truck. He was a gunner. Their truck got blown up. It flipped over into the canal, and he died. And when I looked over at the interpreter, after everything was over, he was on the ground praying. And I
yep.
walked up to him. He was like, I told you. I was like, bro, just stop talking about it, bro, because then
Just let it go.
everybody's gonna think you had something to do with it. It ain't looking
Yeah,
good
yeah.
right now. So, yeah, man.
And
But he told me that genies were real, and you know, he said it before anything even happened.
yeah,
He said there's a genie in the area, and he didn't even want to go.
yeah. And that's I think a lot of times, and I know that same feeling, because I know me and my buddy Doc, um I'm not gonna say his name because he'd probably be like, man, don't be talking about me on the thing. But me
Yeah.
and Doc, every time we would go out on patrol, we would get a feeling, bro, and it would be like, oh, this doesn't feel right, like something's going on. And it was so weird because when we would have that feeling, shit would happen. And we
Right.
couldn't, after everything came down and our adrenaline was down, we were just like, bro, this is weird. Because it wasn't just once, twice, it was a lot of times. And a lot of us just accepted it because I mean, what are you going to do? You going to stay back in the rear and not go on patrol and tell your commander and first sergeant, hey, screw this? You know
Right.
what I mean? But I think there's more service people that probably have experienced more stuff, because I think it's that near death thing where, you know, you face it every day and things happen. It changes you and it alters your perspective, not only just physically, but spiritually, because you're dealing with something that is giving you that aspect of fighting for your life and knowing that any day you could die. So I think it's kind of one of those altering things for us that carries on, because I think a lot of other people like we share our stories, deal and see things that it changes your life in that aspect. And especially brothers that have gone to that point where they've almost died, but they survive. I mean, there's, people that talk about the near death or, carrying that stuff over because you survive it and you see it, that it alters you to opening yourself up to those things or seeing things or experiencing stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, one of my buddies, he got hit with a mortar round. He said that, and he died. He was dead for like 14 minutes. He said that when he was dead, he could hear everything we were saying. He was floating up into the clouds. He was getting higher and higher, but he could see everything.
Yeah.
He could hear everything we were saying. And when he went to the hospital, he woke up in the hospital days later. He was just going up into the clouds, higher and higher and higher. And I was just like, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Just to hear that from somebody who was actually dead for 14 minutes and came back.
And it's an altering experience, bro. And it's just one of those things, like I said on Friday, is that a lot of times people that have those experiences of near death that are able to connect or see things, and it's not just them. Like I said, I mean, we've all had traumatic issues that have happened that I guess it just opens our senses up. But I think the thing is that seeing things for what they really are and, trying to explain it to other people, like I said, you can't force feed it to people. They've got to either research it and accept it. And it's like the Dracula thing. Like, he can't come into my house unless I accept it.
Right.
And it's the knowledge thing. Like, you're not going to get it until you open your mind and realize, okay, there's something going on here.
I'm telling you, if people just really just start to question, you can't just believe everything you see and everything you hear. You have to research and look for yourself, and it's what you believe. You have to really look into it. Like when we were kids, when we taught that there's the middle of the earth, there's the center of the core of the earth, it's liquid, and then they got the lava, and then they got the crust, and then they got the outside of the earth, right? So then how would they find an ocean in the middle of the earth that's 10 times bigger than all the water on the outside of the earth put together?
Yep.
We weren't taught that in school. We weren't taught that,
And they're putting it out there. They're like, yeah, there's aquifers that are bigger that are underneath our land mass.
Right. So
and it's like, where does this water coming from?
Right. How is that possible? If you told me it was only this, and that, where did this come from?
Yeah. And how is it able to sustain itself? So that means if there's water, there's got to be life down there.
Right. Right. And so it's like that. We don't know what's really going on, man. We're just here.
Yep. And then not even exploring 80% of the ocean, 85% of the ocean. It's like they said, as above, so below. So if the ocean in itself is life sustaining and it's so vast, can't there be civilizations or things that are living in the ocean that we don't even know about?
Right.
And it's crazy, man.
It has
There's
to be.
got to be. And you see like these people, like you were saying, like, that are out in the ocean, they see these lights. Like even Christopher Columbus, he documented in his diary, he's seen lights that went into the water and they were following him around and he couldn't explain what it was. And he's out on the middle of the ocean and he's watching these things come in and out of the water. So where are they going?
Bro, I saw when I was at 6th Ranger Training Battalion in Florida, we saw some stuff that we knew we weren't supposed to see. We knew we weren't supposed to see. Like it was me. I'm not gonna say their names, but I just keep saying their names because
right.
Because
we're talking,
Right. So it's like, we're coming back from mission. It's like 2 a.m, bro. It's 2 a.m. It's pitch black dark. There's no lights. We got 4 trucks.
Right.
It's like 20 of us. We're coming back. I said, hey, let's cross the airfield because we'll get back to base faster. Right? Tell me why we come across the airfield. There's a building in the air. I mean, like a 5-story building floating about 30 feet above the ground. I had E7s with me, E6s, E5s. I can call these guys to this day and say, you remember when we crossed the airfield we weren't supposed to and we saw buildings in the air. We turned around so fast and went right back the way we came because we knew we shouldn't have been there. We shouldn't have seen that. We thought we were going to get in trouble, but days went by, weeks went by. We were like, they want to act like it never even happened. Like it
And
never
see,
happened.
now what you guys saw, is it kind of like that video of those people that that had that video and it showed like the people walking around in that city in the clouds?
Bruh, we were like, I'm not even exaggerating. We were 50 meters away. It was hovering about 30, 40 feet above the ground. It was a building. There was 30 cars around it. All the headlights were facing in around a circle.
So
And
was
4
it like
trucks.
do you think it was like a physical, like you were seeing into another dimension or something,
Bruh,
or was it like
it was a building. It was a UFO, bruh. It was a flying building in the air, bruh. And there was 30 cars surrounding it, all the headlights facing in. And
like they were
all I
looking at
heard
it?
over we all saw it. And all I heard
Wow.
over the radio was turn around, turn around, turn around. So we all turned around and went right back the way we came. But I got at least 5 or 6 people I can call right now and say, bro, you remember this?
Yeah.
You remember this? Cause
Right.
I just knew we
And
were gonna
that's
get in trouble, bro.
and that's the cool thing, dude, is because when you know you can have validation on the stuff that
Right.
you've seen, it's like, okay, well, I know I'm not crazy because this other person's seen it and they're telling me the same thing because I'm like, what did you see? And they're like,
Right.
yeah, I saw that.
And we
Okay, well,
got
I
back.
know I'm
We
crazy.
didn't even talk about it because we just knew we were in trouble. We just knew we
Right.
were, bro. Because they said
Yeah.
don't cross the airfield between this time and this time. And this is the biggest Air Force base in the United States, Eglin Air Force
Right.
Base.
Right.
And they said don't cross the airfield between this time and this time. We're like, whatever. We're just gonna cut across. We're gonna cut across real quick. They won't know.
Right.
Yeah, they seen us. We saw
And
them.
see,
And they seen us.
and you're saying it's Eglin Air Force Base, right?
Eglin Air Force Base in Fort Walton Beach, Florida.
There was something that came up. I think the whistleblowers that came to Congress had mentioned something about that Air Force Base being a spot where they take this technology or these crafts or whatever to do their research or whatever outside of,
We've seen
I guess.
We've seen quite a few things. Like it was some crazy stuff going on because it's 30 miles into the woods where our base actually was. 6th Ranger
Right.
Training Battalion, Camp James Rudder is 20 miles off the main road into the woods, straight into the woods. There's nothing near it. There's nothing out there. So it makes sense that they would be, landing stuff and flying stuff and practicing whatever they
Because
were
it's
doing.
remote.
Right. There's nobody there.
Right. And that goes back to the whole thing, like I was talking about earlier in this episode, is that you have whistleblowers that work in the government, that work in these programs, and are telling people like, look, there is so much shit that we are doing that you don't even know about. If they can keep the Manhattan Project, secret for years, and that's thousands of people that work there in the buildings, the facilities, that are scientists, that are just workers, and they're threatening them and they're telling them, if you tell somebody, you're going to go to prison.
Right.
These people will shut up. They ain't going to say nothing. So
Right.
can you imagine the things that are going on that we don't even know about
Right.
right now?
Man, it's gotta be, man. It's just there's no way that there's nothing going on. They have all these project this and project high jump and project, like why
Project
do you
Fishbowl.
right? Project Fishbowl, like, come on, man. Elon Musk shooting rockets trying to break through the firmament, and like people are cheering, bro. What if he breaks through it right in front of you guys?
Yep.
It says that the waters below as are above. So if he breaks through, water's gonna come down.
Yep.
How much water? Nobody knows.
Yep.
But on the outside of the firmament is supposed to be water. It says it in the Bible.
and not even just in the Bible, just different cultures around the world.
Right. They have
validating
different
the same
drawings of
thing.
it as well. Right.
Yeah.
I've seen them.
Yeah. And how is it that, you know, you have different cultures that, and then we're talking about thousands of years ago, that talk about the separations of our plane of existence of water, the significance of water for some reason, and scientists actually doing experiments. I mean, look at, like I said, Operation Fishbowl back in the 50s and 60s. They were shooting nuclear weapons up into the sky and detonating them to see what the effects it would have, and they couldn't penetrate it.
Right.
You know, and then, you know, you have the government saying that they were shooting rockets at the moon, and that the moon is actually in, this is not, like I said, this is not me. You can research it for yourself. The NASA is saying that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere.
Right.
So if the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere, and you have pictures of like people showing the moon and the sun in clouds, like, and they're in planes, and the sun is like sitting there in a cloud, it's like, okay, so if our system is enclosed, what's separating us from that?
Right.
You know, that upper level. And if we've never gone past that, are these things actually interdimensional things that are traveling through portals? Like you see, like CERN. That's another thing. CERN, with this Hadron Collider, opening up these portals, and people were showing these portals, you know, and they're opening up, and you see these things coming through them. And look at Florida, bro. Look at Florida.
I've seen that too.
These people that were messing with these portal, you know, openers. Is that their way of traveling and doing what they're doing? You know what I mean? And bringing these things in, just like they did in ancient times with the Paiutes. These things were coming through and showing them and teaching them how to do this stuff, to conjure up and open up these portals. Is that, I mean, that's another thing too. Are they diving and delving into these secrets and stuff and doing things that they shouldn't have been doing? You know what I mean?
I feel like the outer space is the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if you go deep enough in the ocean, there's portals in the ocean that will take you to different places. And like these different creatures, people are saying they're seeing mermaids. I feel like the ocean is the Earth's biggest secret. Like, we can't go as deep as it is. Like, we don't know how deep it is to this day. It's 2024. You know, I'm sure they know what's there. They just don't want us to know what's there, because they know we can't get there to see for ourselves. So there's nothing stopping us from getting there. We just don't know how to get there. Like the guy, I forgot the scientist's name, but he went down on a submarine that he paid for with his own money, and he found a lake underwater that was separate from the ocean water. And he recorded the whole thing, and when he came back, he was explaining everything. It was a portal. We tried to go down into it. It was so concentrated with saline that it wouldn't even let us begin to go
They
down.
couldn't penetrate it.
Right.
Yep.
And he wanted to figure out how to get into it. Next morning, he gets in his helicopter to fly back. His helicopter blows up.
Crashes, killed everybody.
Come on, man. They're like, okay, this guy found something he wasn't supposed to find. We gotta get rid of him.
Shut him
Everybody
up.
dies. When they find something, they die.
Yep. And the crazy thing that you brought, it's crazy that you brought that up, because I've said it before, and I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure you've noticed it. Like when you watch movies like Godzilla and versus King Kong, and that whole series, how they brought up the whole inner Earth, and they talk exactly about the water thing, or like on the Meg.
Right, I seen that one
about
too.
that too. The water, it separates. There's something else underneath it, and it's a whole civilization, an ecosystem that is
A whole
living down
different
there.
ecosystem, right? I seen
And
that.
that's
I
like I
said the
said,
same thing. They're not making this stuff up on the movies. They're like, all right, we're gonna give them a little bit of it. We're gonna tell them a little bit and see what they say about it. You know,
it's like that whole thing of them, like, what do you call it when you desensitize people,
right?
To show them, and like when it really happens, they're like, oh, like the whole alien thing, bro.
Right.
They're sitting there telling us that this shit's real, and people are like, yeah, whatever.
But they
Where's
said
my money at? I
for
need my
70,
paycheck.
80, 90, for hundreds of years, aliens aren't real. It was
Yep.
this or it was that. And now they're like, yeah, man, it was an alien. Because,
Yeah, we seen them.
eventually they're going to, we're under attack by
Oh, they're here.
aliens. Yeah, they're here now. Come on, man.
Yep. And
Why were you
everybody's just like,
protecting it for so
whatever.
long then? For so
Right.
long, they're not real.
Why now? Why
Right.
say something now? You know, what's
Because
the whole big
they're getting ready
now?
for something.
Yep. And it's crazy because it makes you think like the government being able to hide this stuff and play it off for so long. Like, what else are they hiding? The
Right.
technology, you know, have we already been to Mars? Have we already, you know, did we really go to the moon? All this stuff. And if they were able to do all this stuff, how are they, you know, the portals, the gateways, you know, the traveling, the time traveling, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, we have these things of the Mandela effect changing aspects and timelines, but we remember them. But it's like, the other thing is the government doing things to test on the population to see how
Right.
they're going to react? Because you and I, you know, we're a part of that generation where we grew up with things and we remember how things are. But
Right.
now it's 20, 30 years later, and they're saying, oh, well, that never happened.
Like
What?
the Sinbad movie. They said that movie that movie never happened. And I was like,
Man.
bro, I saw the movie, bro. I seen
Yeah.
it. I
And
watched
they've got
it.
videos of people playing it on the VHS. And
Right.
inside the video clip, you see the Berenstein Bears book and it says how it's spelled. You've got the
Right.
thing of Gypsy on the thing. It's like,
The
why?
Monopoly monocle, the guy had the monocle.
Yeah.
And now he doesn't.
Exactly. Now we don't.
Right. They're trying to
Curious
change
George
things
with no
very
tail.
subtly. They're trying to change things.
History, bro.
Right.
And I talked about it on an episode, I think it was the first one I did here, about ancient Tartaria and how that civilization was just completely wiped out. Erased it from the history books, and everybody was like, man, and this isn't thousands of years ago. This is like hundreds of years ago. This is recent. And they can just, and then the government agency, you know, the CIA releasing the document saying, yeah, they covered up this whole thing and to erase the history so that people would forget it. So if they're able to do that with that, what are other things in history that they've been lying about?
That's
that
like
they're
the
covering up?
giants and stuff like that. They were hiding all that stuff. People were finding the bones of giants, 9-foot hip bones and femurs
Mhm.
and stuff like that. And the government would get a hold of it, and now it doesn't exist. It never
Smithsonian
happened.
taking control of it, and the
Right.
Vatican taking control of artifacts and
It's gone.
relics.
Right.
Gone. Never be able to see it again. Like, one thing that I saw that I was like, man, this is crazy, is the ancient Tibet library. It's got over 40,000 scrolls and texts that have never been read or translated. It's like, that's history. Like, what is in those documents?
Right.
And they know that, you know, one of the things that, you know, people were saying is that the disappeared timeline, the 18 years of Jesus Christ, they now know that he traveled to Tibet. He traveled to Egypt. He traveled to India to learn
He was learning the different cultures. Right.
learning the knowledge and spreading the wisdom and getting these teachings from these mystics and these teachers that were in there teaching him about this stuff. And it's like, if that knowledge was passed on to him and they've had it for thousands of years, like you see the Egyptians with the electricity, the big old bulbs, and talking about medicines and these all this stuff. But it's like the narrative has been changed to where it's like, oh, well, it was just
Right.
stories.
What they want us to know, right? Like that's when where Moses crossed the river.
Yep.
That really happened. They have proof of the exact spot where he crossed. And when they said that the beach was on fire, the beach, you could see it to this day. The sand is hard. You could see people's footprints.
Like glass. Yeah.
Like glass, because it was so hot that it melted the sand, and people's footprints are still there to this day. There's wagon wheels, there's all kind of pottery and stuff on the bottom of that ocean where they crossed, where Moses
Floor bed,
crossed. That stuff is there. It said it was 900 feet deep. So how could that stuff all be there? Everything is there, just like they said in the
Right.
Bible. the exact way in the exact spot. So that proves that it was real. It really happened. It really
Yeah, and just like the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, when it was destroyed by fire and brimstone from the sky, they're actually going out there and finding the little balls of brimstone in the area, and there's a
Exactly.
pillar of salt that it was saying, when his wife turned around and they were telling her, don't look back. She turned around and it says she turned into a pillar of salt. There is actually that pillar of salt there that is a monument. It's like a religious artifact where they
Wow.
have it. And you can see it for yourself. And it's a trip. Like, why would there be a pillar of salt just in the middle of nowhere?
In the middle of nowhere. Exactly.
Exactly. And that's the craziness, is because we see history, but the history, how we are portraying it, it's myth. It's not real. It's a story
Right.
to teach you about
Seems like
something,
it's
but
just
it's
stories.
real.
It's what do they use? What word they use? It's dang, I forgot the word that they use, but it's like it's a lesson. It's a lesson that they're trying to
Yeah.
teach.
Yeah, like, oh, don't do what they tell you not to do, or this is gonna happen. But
Right.
it's like,
Kind of like a
it's like real. It's like this stuff really happened. These people seen whatever was going on, but it's like in the Baba, I can't even say it. The Indian texts, when they talk about the war in the heavens, and these things were using nuclear weapons, and they talk about how people were affected, and it sounds like radiation poisoning. It's like, man, this is thousands and thousands of years ago. So, like, if they
how
had
could they
this
have that?
technology,
Right.
What's really going on? Are we like experiencing what they experienced back in the time? These things are showing themselves to humanity. And like Dr. Stephen Greer talks about in his documentaries, if these things really were hostile and they wanted to hurt us, you got to remember, they got the technology to fly back and forth light years. You don't think that they couldn't just pinpoint us out and just destroy us, wipe us all out?
If they wanted to, they're not here for that.
Right. They're
Right.
trying to, like he said, they're trying to put us on a course of, enlightenment, and saying, hey, look, y'all need to wake up and realize you guys are on a path that is not what you guys were intended for. Because, I mean, if, like I said, if they wanted to destroy us or do whatever they wanted to do, they'd have done it.
Right. It's like when Hillary Clinton gave her speech, and at the very end, she said, "We still haven't been able to break through that the highest glass ceiling, but we put a million cracks in it." They think that she's just making like a metaphor, or a simile.
Yeah.
She's really saying, "Yeah, we're trying to break through the firmament, but we haven't done it yet. But we're trying.
We're going to get there.
Right, we're gonna get there." Which I don't even know why they want to break through it in the first place.
Right. Like what is really out there? What are you trying to say? And that's
Right.
that's the other thing. These beings are like, probably, it's like us trying to break, we got these little insects in our terrarium. You don't want them to get out. And they're trying to get out. And you're like, okay, well, there's a bunch of them coming on here now. Now they're getting to that technological advanced stage to where
they
they're
might
getting
be
close.
able to do it.
Yep. So now we got to figure out how we're going to contain it. And it goes back to the whole thing, too, of that cycle of the Great Reset.
Right.
And we see it happening. Are we at that stage where we're about to hit that reset, where it's like we're delving into things that we shouldn't be delving into? We're creating life. We're reproducing these beings, or genetically modifying stuff, creating life from nothing. We're making AI that is able, a synthetic being that is able to consciously replicate itself and is consciously aware. And it's like, we're getting to that stage where I think they're, are they trying to warn us? Are they trying to, influence us? Are they trying to hinder us or stop us from progressing? And, you see it all the time now. And it's like, the question is what is the purpose? What are they here? What are they doing?
Right.
Because like I said, if they were hostile, I think they would have done what they wanted to do.
They would have done what they wanted to do. They're so much more technologically advanced than we are. It's like,
hell yeah.
We couldn't even fight them. You know,
right?
It's crazy.
Yeah, man. And like I said, I'm glad that you came on, bro. And
Mm-hmm.
I want to get some of the guys on and talk to them because I know we've all had different experiences with things, personally in our own lives, and just the awakening and understanding of what's really going on. And it's just passing that knowledge on to everybody else and just saying, hey, look, you got to look at the bigger picture and get outside the box and, realize like there's more to what we're being told, a hell of a lot more.
Right. And I'm always reading and researching stuff and saying, man, how could this have happened? Like in Hawaii, when they were saying right before all those people's houses and stuff caught on fire, there was like green lights that people saw, like the area was being scanned, and all the
Yeah.
houses that had blue roofs didn't burn, but
Yep.
everybody's else houses did. Like overseas and all these different countries, they have blue roofs on all of their houses.
Yep.
So why does everybody have blue roofs now? And how come the rich people's houses didn't burn and they're right next to the poorer people's houses?
Like the fire jumped.
Right, like
totally
it just skipped over the road, a 200-meter road, and started burning again.
Yep.
And then how could you already have construction licenses to build on where these people's houses were? If
plotting
you already knew that you were going to burn their houses down, so you already had plans on what to do with the land.
Yep. And it's not even just there. Like in Chile, the same thing happened.
Same thing happened.
Thousands
Right.
and then you had like the area in Texas, it just caught fire. Like
Right.
they don't even know. And it's
But
like,
people recorded the green light scanning the ground. People recorded it and they were like, hey, so how come this was happening? They were like, oh no, it was a low flying helicopter. No, man.
Yep, doing freaking LiDAR on the whole area.
Right.
And you even have the video of President Biden being a doofus that he is, sitting there talking about, oh yeah, it's a good thing those blue roofs. You know what I'm saying? And he's sitting there talking about it, and you're like, what? Did he just say that?
He just said that. He doesn't even know what he's doing anymore. He's just there.
Yeah, he's just talking. He's just saying everything, and there people are like, shut up. People are gonna hear this.
But yeah, man, like people need to wake up and see that they have bigger plans and we're not in them.
Yep.
It's all about money and power.
Scary,
we're not in them.
It's scary because we're expendable. Like they're just doing all this stuff and carrying out all this crap, and they're able to do these things because people aren't like questioning it and putting a stop to it. Like, why are you, I mean, they're killing thousands of people, bro.
Right.
Like, with no care. They literally stopped those people from leaving that area. Why would you do that? Why would you keep people in those areas of like there's a fucking fire. Let them get out of there. People were literally jumping into the water to escape it. And that's the other thing. The fire jumped out of the land and burned the boats in the water.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on. Come on now.
Doesn't even make sense.
No,
Didn't burn
it doesn't.
any of the rich people stuff. None of it.
Houses, yards, perfectly fine.
Because they had a blue roof. Crazy.
Oprah and The Rock coming on there. The Hawaii Fund. Go fund me.
Right. What?
What
you
happened to that?
Y'all got all the money you funded.
Yep.
And a lot of those people, they only got not even half of what their houses were worth.
$700, man.
Right. They didn't hardly get any money, to even restart or rebuild because they didn't want them to. Because they already had plans what they were going to do with their houses and their land.
Do with the land. Yep.
Right.
And it's crazy because the people that were fighting for that, you see like the tribal leaders on Maui, the cultural leaders were like really upset because they knew what was going on, but you don't hear nothing about it no more. Like it just shut up. And like, that's the thing is like, this stuff is going on. Like, what was the other thing that happened, man? It was the Maui fires. Then you had the Epstein freaking client list. Nobody heard about anything about that.
Right.
And then you see like the connection between all these people. What is your thoughts, bro, on that whole thing with Epstein being a freaking Mossad agent working for Israel, collecting the information on all his clients, and they were using it as a blackmail, and he was actually a government setup to get dirt on these people. You know what I'm saying? And he was just like, they're saying he's not even dead.
Right. So I feel like the Epstein Island thing was his island, so they couldn't really control what he was doing there. And all those kids that were going missing and stuff like that, and they were saying that these kids were on Epstein Island. They have records of kids being flown there, but
right,
the same amount of kids aren't coming back. They're not coming back. These people are flown there, and not even half the amount of people were on the return flight. So where are they going? Right. What's happening to these kids? And in last year, in 1 month, 2,200 kids went missing from Cleveland. In Cleveland, 2,200 kids went missing in one month. In a month. So it's like, man, what are you guys doing with these kids? And I seen they, back in the day, they had rituals and stuff like that, like in the Mayan culture, and it was always with kids. It was
sacrifice in ancient Babylonian times. Yep.
The virgin kids and the innocent kids, and I feel like they're still doing it today. I feel like they're still doing that stuff, and that's what they were doing on Epstein Island.
And that the thing like that too, that goes into that whole like Pizzagate and how they were investing, and they now know that stuff was real. You have these people who are elites and who have higher power status. Now you're seeing, like, Congress was questioning the lady that is the head of Child Protective Services or Immigration Protective Services for these kids. 84,000 kids gone. They don't even know where they're at, and they're asking her, like, how do you're supposed to be keeping track of these kids, but you don't even know where they're at, and you're going to these places where there are documented pedophiles. And her reaction was this, and she said this was, if we vet these houses, we are not responsible for anybody else that's in the house. It's just that one person that's on the list. So this person could be a house to take care of these kids. They have people that live there that are doing things, and then they could just disappear. They don't care. And they were saying, like, their thing is that they don't even have to call or check up and see what's going on, because the person can just be like, oh, well, I'm, there's nothing going on. Oh, okay, well, cool. What the hell?
That was easy.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, how is this stuff able to just happen? What are they doing?
They're taking advantage of the other countries too. Like in Haiti, when Haiti had that big disaster, people said that when the doctors and everything, they were saying they're coming to check out on check the people. A lot of people said that they took their kids and they never got them back.
Yep.
Oh, we're gonna check him. I think he's really sick. He's got some disease, and they never get their kid back. Like,
yep, they're gone.
What'd you do with my kid? And they said some soldiers were saying that people were coming up to them like, hey, they took my kid 3 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from them. Can you go and find my kid? And then service members were trying to help them, but they're like, I could only do so much. I'm
not here to like come and find them. Like, who took them?
Right. And they were saying the doctors and took their kids and put them on a bus, and they've never seen them again.
Yep. And it's crazy, bro, to think like, not only just like what we're seeing now, like with whatever they're doing, whether it's like ritualistic stuff, where they're experimenting on these kids and they're taking them, and they know that like I said, man, if it's for, these horrific rituals, these, sexual acts that they're doing and sacrificing these kids, we know that. I mean, look at this, what's his name, Rodriguez or whatever, that UFC fighter that came out, and he's sitting there telling everybody, like, I don't care what you think, I seen this, I know this is happening, they're trying to kill me. And everybody's just like, oh man, this dude's done lost his nut. You know what I'm saying? He's
In
cracked.
reality,
But he's sitting there saying this stuff.
right. I'm trying to tell you, like, the boxer, Ryan, what's his name? He just fought Tank. Tank beat him.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot his last name. But he was saying some stuff too. He was saying that he saw, what they were doing to kids and stuff like that. And they're worshiping the devil and all kinds of stuff. They trying to get him because he was talking about. Remember, when he first came, he was talking about God. Everything was God this and God this and God that, and now they're trying to say he went crazy.
Yeah, he done lost it, and they always do that with everybody. They always flip it around. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, or this person's sick, or they bring up something in your past to make it seem like, oh, well, he cracked. He finally done lost it. And you see it that a lot of the stuff that is being portrayed in the news media with everybody, it's always the same thing. Somebody will come out and say something validating what has been going on, and it either gets shut up or they always make them look crazy. You know what I'm saying? And it's nuts, bro, because like I said, with one of the incidences that happened where when I was back home after I had gotten out of the military, and I had done an interview for one of my other buddies, and this guy from the government, he called me. Yeah, bro, he called me and he was like, hey, I'm so-and-so, and I got your number from this person, and we were just wanting to see if we could interview and talk to you. And I said, okay, like, where do you want to meet? So I told him, and I'm thinking in my head, I'm meeting somewhere public because, I want to be able to, like, if somebody sees me, they're going to be like, oh yeah, well, he was with this guy or this woman or whoever. So we met at a Starbucks, and I shit you not, dude. When this guy met me, he had my file from the military, dude, of everything that happened. All the paperwork that we signed for shit that we saw that we were not able to disclose. And he told me, he was like, I'm just here to discuss and talk to you about some stuff, but I'm just letting you know that we already know you. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I came home and I talked to my dad because, like I said, my dad was in the military for 23 years, and him and I discussed things because he's like, when I first went in, he told me, he was like, son, you're going to see some stuff that you're not going to be able to explain. You won't be able to talk about it, but I'm just telling you right now, like, I understand because I've seen it and I've dealt with it. So I know that kind of aspect, like you were saying, like you've seen things, but that was one of my first trippy things besides seeing the shit that I had seen in the military was this. They keep tabs on everybody, dude. And now it's gotten to that point where we got cell phones, our TVs listen to us, our computers listen to us. Right. We're being monitored in stores because the camera systems are connected now. And it's like the whole thing of not having the freedom that we used to have because we're not free anymore because we're being monitored for everything. And they know and they keep track of everything. So nothing's secret. And just like you say, like when people talk about things, you'll go through your phone, and next thing you know, you're getting ads for, like I showed
exactly
on the
what you were talking about, right?
I'm talking about Gaia, and I go and click on the video, and it pops up with, "Oh, try Gaia out," and I'm like, "What the hell?" Right. I didn't even click on it, but it's that whole thing of monetarization, but it goes deeper into that. If they know or they're doing and they're keeping tabs on everybody, the whole thing with like these people coming out and saying this stuff, they don't give a crap because it's like they could just shut it down and just be like, oh yeah, well, you're just nuts or you're crazy or whatever. So it's one of those things where it's like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, but the truth will always be there. It doesn't change. The truth doesn't change. It's always going to be the same thing. It will always be consistent. And that is one thing I think that people who like yourself and me and everybody else that are awake to this stuff, the truth will always be consistent. You can try and change the narrative. You can try and change the whole flat earth thing. You could try and change the alien thing and spin it, but it's always going to be consistent. This stuff is not, you can't change the fact because it's always been there. It's just putting it out there and letting people see it and realizing, like, hey, here it is. You know what I'm saying? You could either take it or leave it, because you got two sides of the spectrum. You got the people that are seeing it, realizing it, and believing it, and then you got the people who are opposing it and trying to keep it suppressed and dumb people down with, like, our air, our water, our food and crap that we eat, the media, the electronics, screwing with our pineal gland and keeping us from elevating ourselves to progress, not just ourselves, but everybody else. I mean,
Man, I totally agree with you, man.
How you feel about it? Because like when you started posting stuff, I was like, oh, bro, he's getting on the train.
Yeah, man, I was just like, man, I'm just gonna, like, one day it just hit me like, you know what? I'm just gonna start posting
I
so
just said,
people
fuck
could
it,
see.
bro.
Like people need to see this stuff. And some of my posts, they got taken down.
Yep.
It's like I would post something and it wouldn't let
This
me.
goes against our standards.
And I'm like, what? I got blocked. I was like, why am I in Facebook jail? You know what I'm saying? Like, all I did was post a video, you know what I'm saying? And I might put a caption at the top or something, I might talk a little trash, But still, I just wanted people to see, what was going on, because everybody really stays in their own bubble. Like, they just go to work, they come home, they're not really paying attention to what's happening in the world around you.
And it's like you see, it's crazy, bro, because I don't know if it's like this for you, but I know for me, you look at everything, like, it's analyzed. Like, I'll watch movies, like me and my son were watching The Running Man, and I was sitting there watching it, and I'm going, dude, this shit is really happening now. Like, you look at the subliminal stuff that's in the movies, and you're like, you can't look at it the same way. And it's not even just movies, it's like the media. Like, I can't even watch the news and just be like, this is trash, dude. Like, listening to what people are saying, and it's like they are literally like, people are just taking this stuff for fact, and it's like, wow, like, they are manipulating everybody through movies.
That's like
through
COVID,
shows.
when they were saying, if you don't wear your mask, you're gonna get
You're gonna
COVID
die.
and you're gonna die. Bro, I never wore a mask.
Me neither.
I never wore a mask. And guess
Never
what?
got the shot. I'm still here.
Hell no. Everybody I know that got the shot, they had health issues. My nephew got the shot, his lungs collapsed. My sister got the shot, she's in the hospital on her deathbed. Like, everybody I know that got the shot was messed up, man. Messed up.
And like, as a personal, like, when it hits people close to home to you, like I said, like, my dad, he told me, he took that. I said, man, Dad, why did you do that? And he was like, well, because the VA, they were telling us that we need to. I said, Dad, come on now. Like, but that's the pressurization of, like, well, you need to get this so you can get seen or whatever.
But
they always tell me. Yep.
Are they still doing it? It just went away? It's just gone? We don't got to do it no more? Are you serious?
Like, COVID just, like, it's not affecting, like, it just, they shut the button off and it just stopped getting people sick. Come on,
because
man.
they had enough people. Like, I had people that died. They died. I know 5 people that had heart attacks. Why is it?
That's crazy.
Heart attack. And that was one of the side effects of the COVID shot, was heart problems.
Cardiac.
They had heart attacks. 30s, 40s, barely 50. These people were dying of heart attacks.
You see it like these athletes too, man, dropping dead right on the court.
These were in shape people. I see these guys at the gym every single day, and they had heart attacks and died.
Yep.
Come on, man.
And it's the crazy thing is because, like, they pushed that narrative, and a lot of people don't see it for what it is, like I said, but they were doing this shit back in Nazi Germany. The scientists were experimenting on people and putting out propaganda. Look at what they did. If your neighbor is like this, if your neighbor don't do that, you need to turn them in. You had fucking family members turning in their family members because their mind was like, I got to do the right thing. They thought they were doing the right thing, but in actuality, they were just freaking submitting to what the people were doing subconsciously because it's what they were being told. And just like now, you got, during that whole COVID thing, turn your fucking family members in if they ain't getting the shot. You're an enemy of the state.
They
You know
were.
what I mean? We put you in
Bro, we
jail.
had people telling me, "Hey, well, you can't come over to our house because you didn't get the COVID shot."
Right.
All right.
Stay
I don't
away
care.
from me.
And then look what happened. You got the
They would
COVID
get
shot. Now
sick.
you're really sick. Now you're
Yep.
really sick, and I'm not. And I didn't get it.
Yep. It's crazy, man, how they can manipulate and get the society to turn against each other like
Did you
that.
hear what happened though when you get the COVID shot?
Mm-mm.
You are
What's
no
that?
longer human.
Because it alters your DNA, right? Is that
Now
what
you
that was
are
one?
transhuman.
Yep.
The human rights. Now you don't have human rights because
You're like a property of the government, like the state.
you're not human. So you don't have any human rights. You're transhuman. They
Yeah,
gave you
and
an
that
extra strand in your DNA.
to see what would happen, how it would modify it, and
They
that's
had a
crazy. They're showing
they
the
had a
scientists
ceremony
pulling the shit out of people's
in
blood.
I think it was in England. They had a ceremony, and on the ceremony they had a DNA, a strand of DNA on the ground going towards a tree, and
Right.
they had the extra strand going around the DNA all the way up to the tree, and it lit the tree up. It was
Right.
like a ceremony, but
Fuck, dude.
you're no longer
People
human.
don't realize see it. Like they just think, oh well, it's it's like while we're on this subject, it's like the shots that we get. You see the progression of shots. Like for us, I mean, I was born in '81, and I remember going and getting shots. But when you look at the data, kids are getting like 5 to 8 times, 10 times more shots than what we used to get as kids. And it's like, why? You find that what are they doing? Are they trying to genetically modify human beings through generations? Because what was in my system passed on to my kids, just like, and I'm pretty sure you can validate this too. How many times in Korea did we get shots? Remember that shit when Donald Rumsfeld was telling us, oh, you got to get this shot. You got to get this shot. They were fucking injecting us, what, every 2 months, 3 months with bullshit? We didn't even know what was in it.
Right. And
We
then
just
in
had to get the shot.
the anthrax shot came out. I was like, anthrax? I don't know about that.
Smallpox, and then all this, like 4 other different shots. And they were like, I was like, what the hell is this? Big ass fucking guns. And we were just in lines. Everybody was just getting them. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
We
And
have
that's
no
the
idea what they gave us.
hell no. With no idea.
They just told us it's this. Shit. Okay. It's
Well, what are
this.
you gonna do? Tell the fucking the military doctor major who's a fucking colonel, like, oh fucking
I ain't
you
getting
know?
it.
Yep.
I ain't getting
Shit.
it.
Court martial.
Right, you're done.
Yep. And that goes back like to the whole thing, like I said, with Nazi Germany. They were doing the same thing, bro. And now you see that Operation Paperclip, they brought over 200 of these Nazi scientists, and even the owners of Bayer, bro, are fucking owned by the Nazi scientists that were operating in World War II.
Wow.
Yeah. And I didn't realize that until a whistleblower came out about that. And they were talking about the studies that some of the scientists during World War II were doing on females. And they were asking the people in the town, we need healthy, this age between age bracket of women. We need you to, this is documented. Send us these women. They would put them on the train, send them to the Nazi scientists. These women disappeared, dude. And they were asking them to send them more people, more test subjects, pretty much. Now you see that shit going on now today in the United States.
Right.
We know that these Nazi scientists are operating in our own government system. And they've been doing it for years. And now you see it's gotten to the point where it's so open, like we've been talking about with the COVID shot, that it's right in your face. They don't even hide it anymore. They're telling you.
They didn't even tell us what was in it. That's when, like, in the military, I got so many shots. I told myself, I'm not getting another shot if I don't have to. So then when they said that I had to get it, I knew I wasn't getting it. When you said I had to, you're trying to make me do it? There's no way. No,
right?
No,
but
sir.
it makes you question, bro, because I don't know about you, but I know like while I was in the military, I probably only got sick like 2-3 times my whole 6.5 years I was in. I never really got sick.
I never got sick.
And then as soon as I got out, it hit me, dude. Like I was getting sick all the time. All
Bro,
the
I
time.
got sick before they said COVID was here. Like COVID just got on a plane and flew to the United States and said, all right, we're here now. The COVID's on the way to the United States. How would you say that something is on the way here? Like it just booked the flight and it's just coming. It's here now.
Right?
But before they announced that it was here, I got really sick. The first time I ever been really sick. But my muscles hurt, my chest hurt, I couldn't breathe, I was sucking, couldn't go to the gym, I didn't have any energy. I went to the hospital 5 times. They said, we don't see anything wrong with you. Maybe you just got a really bad cold. What? I've never been sick, I'm telling you. And then 2 months later, everybody's COVID. And I never got sick again. Never got sick again.
Never
wore a mask.
Yep.
No.
I had an incident, bro. I don't know if you've had this. I wanted to get with some of the guys, but I had a period where like for 8 months, dude, I was dealing with really bad vertigo. Never in my entire life, bro, I had ever gotten that shit. I would remember I was sitting at the house, and this was 2018, 17. Bro, I got so bad vertigo, like I literally could not sit up. Like I was just like spinning, but I could not keep my balance. And I went to the VA, and the doctor was like, he was asking me a bunch of questions. He was like, have you ever did like prolonged like altitude or scuba diving or like jumping from the atmosphere, like high altitude jumps or compression like testing or anything like that in the military? And I told him, I said, well, you know, when we were going to go to jump school, like we had to do like compression tests for our ears and stuff. I said, but that's it, you know, really. I said, it was nothing like major. I never went into a chamber and they freaking like, you know, locked me in there and like took the atmosphere, you know, the air out and did like a compression or something like that. But he said that he could not find a reason why I was going through that, but it was like a constant, dude. And now I've never had it. It was just that one
tell
time.
you what happened to me. So there was a time about a 3 or 5 year strand where my heart would hurt. Like I would be like just laying in the bed watching a movie with my kids or my wife, and I would get these pains like it's physically like in my heart.
Like a stab?
Like just pain in my heart. I would go to the hospital, like, we call it look at it as growing pains. You're growing. Bro, I'm 27. What are you talking about? I'm done growing. They're like, well, are you physically fit? I was like, bro, I work out every day. Like every day I'm in the gym. But he's 3 to 5 years, bro, I would just get random pains in my heart, like my physical heart, like deep in your chest. And I'm like, man, I'm freaking dying. Like I just thought I was dying or something. But every time I went to the hospital, they could not find what was wrong with me. And I had 3 or 4 of my buddies who just woke up in the middle of the night and their heart exploded. No explanation, no nothing. So I'm thinking, oh man, I'm next. Oh man, I'm next. But it just went away after a couple of years. It hasn't happened in a while. But I was like, man, they injected me with something, and you know, like
it's just fucking you up.
Right. But it kind of just went away the last couple of years. But I had 2 or 3 buddies who they died and they woke up in the middle of the night sweating and their heart exploded. Their heart just exploded.
And that's crazy, bro, because you're talking about having heart issues. I just literally was talking to my wife about it because I'm going through the whole process of getting my disability stuff redone through the VA. And that was one of the things that they had brought up because I had told them I was having feeling pains, and my left side was like, I could feel it, dude, like through my arms and my legs and my nervous system. Like it would just go numb. Like I'd be stabbing my fingers and I wouldn't even feel it.
That still happens
to me. And they
to me.
couldn't find nothing.
That still happens to me. That happens to me now. My
That's
arms, my legs just go numb sometimes.
and
Like,
that chest pain in your chest, like I literally was like scared, and I would tell her like, I think I need to go to the hospital, and she's like, "Do you want me to take you?" And I'm like, "Hold on, give me a minute, let me see what happens." And it would just be
right.
like that bending
But
over like pain.
that's the
You're just like,
bad thing about us. Let's give me a minute. Let me see what'll happen. Let me see what's gonna happen. And then we fucking die, waiting to see what was gonna happen.
Give me a minute. Let's see what
Right.
happens.
Let's see
Let's
what
write it
happens.
out.
Done.
It's that military stuff, dude, because you just
Right.
drink some water and take a
Right, because
ibuprofen.
they told us you're not hurt until you can't move. You're
Yep.
not, you know,
When you're
you
debilitated, then we got to see you.
right.
Fuck.
When you can't move anymore, that's when you're hurt.
Yeah. And that the modification, like you see, like I said, with the shots, what effect did it have not just on us, but our
But our
kids?
kids.
Because I know with my I'll tell you this, man, because that's so funny that we're talking about that. My dad had things that were affecting him, and he was saying things like because of the shots and stuff that they were getting in there, bro. When I was growing up, I had really bad like a rash on my hand, and it was crazy because like it would just be on my left side, not on the right side. And I always told my dad, like, what the heck, bro? My daughter Isabel, dude, my son is sitting right here, and I don't know if he's ever had any experiences with this, but my daughter Isabel, after I got out of the military, she was born in 2009, right, sister? She was born in 2009. She had the same thing.
That's crazy. Yeah.
The same thing. And that's what tripped me out that you said that now, because looking at it, it's like, what if they were experimenting with us and giving us these shots to
I think they
alter
were.
inside of us that would make us like super soldier program. They were just giving us shit to see what would happen.
Bruh, check this out. So when I got out, right, I got all the anthrax shots while I was in at 101st. I don't know why, but I got every single one. Every single anthrax. It's still in my medical records, my shot records now.
Yeah.
Right? So one of my buddies said, "Brad, you get that letter?" I said, "What letter, man?" He said, "I got a letter in the mail saying that one of the batches of anthrax shots that they gave us was a bad batch, and it causes your the lining of your organs to mess up or deteriorate the lining of your organs." So everybody who got that batch was automatically supposed to get 100% disability.
And that's funny, bro, because I went in to go get.
I
talked
have
about
it.
this.
I have
Did
it.
you? Yeah.
I have the
See, and
letter.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I have the letter. I was like, "Bruh, send
That's
it to me."
crazy.
I was like, "Send it to me." So they sent it to me, and I still
That's
have it.
crazy.
Yeah, the letter
That's
that they
crazy.
sent out.
And see, bro, you're validating a lot of stuff that I talk about with my wife, you know, because when I go to the VA, she's usually with me. And when her and I first got together, I have really bad acid reflux. And check this out. It bothered me while I was in the military, but it never got as bad as it did until after I got out and I wasn't
Right.
getting my shots and stuff regularly. The doctor literally told me, dude, and I'm not shitting you, he was scared. He told me my insides were so bad, they looked like a 72-year-old, bro. I'm quoting him because she was sitting right there because I was all coming out of it. And he's standing there like this look on his face, like, what happened to you? Like your insides are like an old person.
I just realized that they said that to me. They told me that they said, "Do you drink?" I said, "No, I don't really drink." They say, "You look like you've been drinking every single day for the past 30 years."
Yeah. He told
and
me
I
the
didn't
same
even
thing.
drink. I didn't
He
even
told me
drink.
the same thing. Yep. I had stopped drinking, dude, for like almost a year. For almost a year.
I didn't even start drinking until I went to Iraq. And I was like, all right, I need to drink.
Until that first night you had on my birthday.
Right. I was like, bro, I'm done. I'm drinking.
Yep. But that's what I mean, bro. Like how many other vets are dealing with the same issues, right? what did we experience that we didn't even, we don't think about it until now. And the correlation between the modification, what the fuck was in those shots that allowed us, because like I said, I never thought about it until I was like, man, I was never really sick. Dude.
Never. Nobody was.
We were out in the elements, freezing cold, rain, never sick.
Running 8 miles, 5 miles, pouring rain every day. You know what I'm saying? And now you see
just
people,
going.
Is it cold outside? Because I'll get sick if it's too cold. Not us. We were just out there.
Outside, dude.
Right. Soaking wet.
Soaking wet.
Right.
In the snow. Just been out there.
Running.
Crazy, dude.
Right. And I was at Fort Drum. I was at Fort Drum, but nobody, think about it. Nobody got sick.
Yep.
It wasn't just us.
That's crazy,
now that you say it, I don't know anybody who did get sick.
Yep. I don't either.
Yeah, we didn't even get sick. We were just, we didn't
Doing
even think
our
about
shit.
it because it's, oh man, let's make sure our room's clean before we got to do 1 million push-ups. Let's
Yep.
yeah.
Before we go on the 7-mile run.
Right. Just we're worried about the next day, trying to make it to the weekend.
Yep. And that's crazy that you say that, because it's like, how many other of us have gone through this same issue, but for them, it's an extreme.
Right.
Like it actually hit them or hit their kids, and it did whatever. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
like I said,
I feel like it definitely did something to my first daughter when we got all those shots. My first deployment, and we were in the Sunni Triangle of Death. My daughter, she was born with hydrocephalus. To where hydrocephalus is when the cerebral fluid that builds up in your brain and goes down your spinal cord, it has nowhere to go. So her body didn't develop the correct way for her body to expel it. So she had to get like a giant needle stuck in her spine, and as a baby,
drain
it had to get the excess fluid sucked out, and she ended up having to get 4 or 5 surgeries to correct it. But I was just like, man, I was like, all right, is it me or is it just in my genes? But my other kids that I had 4 years later, perfectly fine, bro. Perfectly fine. I was just so happy.
That's crazy that you bring that up, bro. Like my little girl now, she was born with low muscle tone, but they can't find no reason of why she has it.
It's
Dude,
all the stuff that they injected us with.
Exactly, but it's like it skips. Like I've had 2 kids, my mother 2 kids before her. My son kind of he's really like, he took on the gene like of my side of the family and his mom's side of the family. He's really big bone. All my other kids are little, dude. Like it didn't affect them, but with my daughter now, like I said, like it really affected her. But they can't find out why, dude. None of my wife's other 2 kids never had it. Can't find any of it in our genes, any of our DNA. It's like, why? Like they were always asking us, like, do you have any type of genetic abnormalities in your genes? Have you? And like, no, we haven't. Dude, they did a chronological DNA test, chromosomes on both of us. Couldn't find nothing, bro.
Wow.
Nothing. And it's
crazy,
weird because, like I said, she's growing up where she's developing, but she's like 2 years behind or not 2 years, but 2 months behind, 2 to 4 months behind on her stage of progression. It's like her little body, it's like you're watching her just gradually develop. And it's weird, dude, because it's like we've never had to deal with that at all with any of our kids. So it makes me think too, like with a lot of us, what in the hell? And I know it's happened to other people because a lot of service members have said, like, these motherfuckers, and whatever they injected us with, it was in our blood and it's passed on to our kids, and now they're getting more shots that are affecting them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, the modifications that they did to us, because you just validated for me, and wasn't even thinking about it. I'm like, fuck, dude, I was never sick.
Right. Never.
You know what I mean? Who the fuck like goes and does 7-mile road marches? Dude, you think about it. 365 days out of the year, every fucking day.
Nobody. Nobody. People don't. That's not normal.
That's not normal. You
The
know what I
Army's
mean?
not
And
even
then
the way
get
it was
out.
when we were in it. When we were in it,
Uh-huh.
we were the toughest of the tough. Like they don't even. The nowadays soldiers don't even do half the stuff we did. Like when we
Yeah.
graduated basic training, we had to walk 25 miles. They
Yep.
only do like
Remember that
8
shit?
miles now. They only do 8 miles.
Bro, I almost died.
Right, bro. My feet were broken. Bro, my feet were broken at the end.
Yeah, dude. I had
Yeah,
fucking. That's
I
when I
had
went to go
stress
get my
fractures
fucking
in
thing for
both
my
feet.
knees. Yep.
Right, I had
Yep.
stress. My feet were killing me. Drill sergeant told me, infantrymen don't limp. I was like,
Yep.
Roger that.
You better keep walking.
Right, Roger that. I'm moving out.
Dying. I think my soul left my body.
Right, I had to find it.
Yep.
Right, I'm telling
And
you.
that's crazy, bro, that you say that, because it just, that is insane, man, because I talk about it a lot on the show about the differences between generations, and the generation now you see totally different.
Right, they're nothing like
And
we
that
were.
gets back to that whole reset thing of, is this a staged plan that they're implementing? Because right now they even ask the generals, our numbers are so low, why are you not able to recruit people? And the general straight up said, the thought process of this generation is, it ain't worth it.
That is it.
It's not
That
worth
is
it.
it.
That's what their thought is that, why would I do something like that?
Bro,
It's
you
not
couldn't
about
even pay.
honor. It's not about
Like,
courage. They don't care.
put it like this: if you told this new generation that you would pay them to sleep in the bed all day, they wouldn't do it because I don't want to work. You know, I don't want to. That's a
Yeah, the
job.
thought is it's a job.
But if you, right, it's a job. I don't want to do it now. I was going to do it before. You know, now I don't
Yep.
want to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yep.
just they're just not like us, man. They're just.
And that's scary, bro, because you see the times that we're in now and everything that's going on. Like, people don't realize the seriousness, I guess, because it's like, you know, we were talking about, everybody goes on about their life and they're doing their own thing,
They
and they're
stay in
worried
their
about
own bubble.
bills. They're worried about freaking putting food on the table, getting gas. They're worried about keeping their jobs. They're worried about their taxes. But we are literally at the verge of World War III. And
Right.
not just a war, but a nuclear war. And it's like,
I feel
our
like we're
military.
not only that, I feel like we're at a war of good and evil at the same time. Like
Mhm.
like 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 the Vatican, they have that telescope that they have that's called
The Lucifer?
Lucifer. You know, I'm like, bruh, come on, bruh. Like that don't even make sense. Why would the Vatican have a
Be
telescope
interested.
that's called Lucifer and nobody say anything about it? Like, you know what? We're just gonna slide this in there. We're just gonna, you know,
Yeah,
like
we're just
nobody's
gonna.
gonna care.
Here
Come
it
on,
is.
man. We're just not gonna talk about it. It's like I feel like
Yeah, man.
everybody, all the powerful people, they're trying to pull the wool over our eyes, and they're actually trying to, you know, like they're uplifting. Like if you see all the rappers and all the famous people, they're all wearing red and horns, and like they're trying to make our kids think that it's okay to,
This is cool.
yeah, this is cool to wear devil horns and this and like, oh, no, right,
Yep.
like they're trying to put it in our kids' head that all this stuff is okay to do, you know,
And it's
like
the
it's
subliminal teachings, bro. Like,
right.
it's
It's the
just,
lyrics
it's
to the
all out there.
song,
Yep.
like the lyrics to the song. They got
You're
these
actually
kids
speaking
singing
things
it,
into existence. Yep.
right? They're singing it, and I tell my kids, "No, sir, you ain't singing this song. No, sir, we're changing this station. No."
Oh, but
But I feel
Clay's got
like it's
TBN on. He threw TBN on.
right. I just feel like they're trying to teach them that it's okay to,
Right.
like they took God out of the Pledge of Allegiance. They're trying to take
The whole
everything
spiritual
like,
aspect of everything
yeah,
and
the
just
kids
turn it
aren't
negative.
patriotic these days. They're not patriotic. They don't care about our country like we did.
Yep. and everything is totally upside down. Like literally, like good is bad and bad is good. And
Think
it's
about
cool
it.
to
They
be
got our
fucking.
kids telling them that the birds and the bees are the birds with the birds, and the bees and the birds and the bees that want to be birds can't be. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Yes,
not the
like
birds and the bees anymore.
yeah, it's
It's
like
the
totally telling
birds
the kid, like
and the
messing
bees.
up in the head.
Right. They're confusing them.
And you see this? This ain't a cup. This is a
Right.
book.
That cup identifies as
A
a
book.
bike. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
You keep
come
saying it over
on.
and over again. Maybe it's like, oh, well, maybe they're right.
Right.
And
It's
that's sad,
crazy,
man.
man. They're confusing our kids. Like,
Right.
they're making them think that things that aren't okay are okay.
Yep.
Right.
And that's the nuts thing about it, bro, is because we're seeing it and we're witnessing it right now. This is something I never would have thought that we were going to experience in our lifetime. And
Never,
it's
man.
actually happening. And it's crazy because you're watching it. Bro, I was just sitting on X, right? Because it pops up with like things with Elon Musk or President Putin or Donald Trump or politics. And it came up with this video of these kids videoing these other kids beating the crap out of this girl, beating the crap out of this boy. And these kids are just sitting there cheering them on. Like, what? Like, what is,
Right.
like, it's just, the whole thing is just like, what in the hell, dude? Like, we've gotten to this point where the desensitization of humanity, it
Right.
doesn't even, people are killing people, bro.
And they were just recording it instead of trying to help them. They're just
Like,
recording
it's
instead
just
of
a
trying to
cool
help
thing
them.
to do. Like, as soon as you look, everybody's got their phones out. Boop.
Bruh, I'm not like that. I'm trying to help. Like, I was at a red light a couple years back, and I'm just sitting at a red light, bruh. And a tractor trailer's next to me, the back of it anyway. This lady's on her phone. She crashes straight into the back of the tractor trailer. Man, before I even knew it, I was all the way at that lady's car, opening, trying to get her out of it, trying to help her. I didn't even know. I just didn't even think. I'm helping her. And
Yep.
so I wake her up, and I'm like, ma'am, are you all right? I'm like, what happened? And I seen her phone on the dashboard, so I knew she was on her phone because she had to have it in her hand for it to get all the way up on the
Right.
dashboard. But she didn't even know her name or nothing, so I just called the police. But nowadays, people just would have recorded it. It wouldn't have helped her. They just would have recorded it and just watch what happens. You could have saved
And
this
that's
lady's
crazy,
life.
bro.
What if she was dying? You know?
Right. And it's like it goes back to that whole thing of government programming. We're seeing them implementing this stuff, but it's so subliminal. I mean, look at these people, dude. They're going into stores and just robbing them. And they're not going to jail as long as it's under freaking $900 ticket. Get out, go home. You got people literally sitting in Frisco dealing drugs on the street, bro. Shooting up heroin, smoking crack, using fentanyl. You've got these people that are just running rampant and they're just murdering people. And the cops can't even go into the city. They're off limit zones for the police in certain, states. And it's like, what the hell is going
It's
on?
crazy,
Like,
bro. Like, I feel like something big is about to happen. Like in Cali and certain areas, all the homeowner insurances, they canceled their policies on the houses. Like thousands of houses, 50s of thousands of companies just withdrawn. They know something's going to happen. They don't want to be held accountable to help these people when something happens. It's just
and
something big's happening. And we don't know what it is, but they do.
Yeah. And it's crazy because you have like government officials, like I was talking about on Friday and on episode 12 and 13, how you have these people that are talking about something that is going to happen. They don't know when or where, but the government officials are telling these sheriffs. And the other thing too, bro, I'm going to get off topic real quick, but this whole thing with the lunar eclipse that's about to happen next
Yes,
month.
I was trying my best not to bring it up.
I know, but I couldn't
I
help
was
it, man, because I
trying my
was watching
best.
because we just got on that.
Right.
They're talking about this eclipse hasn't happened for years, thousands of
Man,
years.
I was trying
But
not to
when
bring
it
it up,
happened,
bro.
it's chaos and
Bruh,
stuff has happened.
4 things that are happening at the same time as that lunar eclipse that haven't happened ever. It's going to be, it's supposed to be like a comet the size of Mount
Yeah,
Everest
they
is going
just
to
said
be
that.
flying across the sky. At the same time, the locusts and they're supposed to be releasing
Hasn't
at the same
happened.
time. Hasn't ever
This
happened.
form of locust. Yep.
Right. The same time, that's also a high danger zone for the United States. At the
Yep.
same time, the cave system is right underneath the biggest cave system that there is.
Trail.
It's right underneath the X. I'm like, bruh. And then that's the same day in the Bible where God released the plagues
On
in the
Egypt.
Bible, April 8th. When he
Yep.
released, bruh, that's too much.
And they seen the comet.
That's
But
too
I
much.
think it was the planet Nibiru, Planet X. That's what they were saying is it was in the orbit. And now we're seeing a lot of people that are seeing this. You see them taking that video, and there's like that other exoplanet that's visible, and people were like, "Oh, well, it's just camera shine." from
And
the
they're saying
sun.
you're gonna be able to see Saturn, and bruh, that's not normal. And in the
That's not
Bible, they said that anytime there's an eclipse, like the sun and the moon are supposed to be huge signs. So what's bigger than that? What's bigger
Yeah.
than that? There's nothing bigger than that.
Yep.
That's a big deal. And
Yeah, and you see a lot of people that are like
why are
preparing.
the
They're telling
National Guard? They're gonna have the National Guard and the police and the fire. What do they have to do with an eclipse? I'm
Yeah.
confused.
Yeah,
All
what
I
the hell
know,
is going on? You're having to
I'm have
activate
my
these people
guns,
like
my bullets. I'm ready. I'm be on top of my house. Like, I'm not playing.
You're gonna be like the Korean during the LA
Right.
riot.
Something's
Protected by
right.
shit.
Something's happening. I'm ready.
Yep. And that's crazy, bro, because it's like they put it out there, but people are so desensitized that they're just like, whatever.
They're just like, whatever. Oh, in New York, there's a doomsday clock. It
I
says,
seen it on the wall of that building,
it says
and it was like
5 years.
Yeah.
I
It was
seen
like
that.
be
It says,
prepared, it's coming. And I was
yeah.
like, what the
And
hell?
I'm like,
He was like, why the hell is this on there?
what's
I gotta
coming?
find that. That's crazy.
What's coming? I need to know.
Wow.
All right.
Let me see if I can find that.
It's crazy, bro. It says doomsday clock. What? No, stop
Yeah.
playing with me. Right.
Yeah, I seen that, man, and somebody was like tripping out because they were like, what in the hell is this? Here it is right here. Here it is. I'll play it real quick. Hold up. Yeah, that tripped me out, man, because I was like, what the fuck?
That's not to bring
Massive
it up, too. I was like,
clock.
I'm just going to stay on subject.
Yeah, like, check this out. This is crazy.
Report saying we only had a certain amount of years left before the impacts of climate change would become irreversible. And as a new father, it felt to me like everybody should understand this, and this timeline, this number, should be something that we shout from the rooftops. And so this clock is sort of a way to do that. And our hope is that this
Right.
clock and this number that you're seeing there is something that we see everywhere.
And does that number fluctuate? Does it speed up or slow down depending on what's going on in the world, or is that a set number?
Yes, it's currently based on our current climate emissions, and if we can reduce them, and we must do everything we can to reduce our
Oh my
carbon
God.
emissions
Doesn't
as
even make
fast
sense.
as we can.
How do you know
starting
what's going to happen
now.
when the time runs
And
out?
if we do succeed at hitting our early goals,
How can you put a time on
the
something?
clock will reflect that,
Right,
and it
like you
will
just
give
know.
us more time. Yeah, the less carbon emissions we create, the longer this time window gets. And so that's the good news. It
Well,
will
but I
respond
think
to what
about
we
it.
do, but we have to take action.
That's crazy, man.
The way I think about it is this planet was here before we were here.
Thousands,
It cleans
millions, billions of
itself.
years.
It
Right.
cleans itself out. It outlasted everything that was on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be okay with us here or us not here.
Yep.
Like We
And-
aren't
and the
doing any.
whole-
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
It's that fear mongering, man. It's that basis of scaring people into doing submission. Like if this is gonna happen and we're gonna save you, just do what we tell you. It's gonna be okay.
Right.
You know, and it's like everybody's like, oh shit, I better hurry
Right.
up and do this. Or you know, the government's gonna save us. They don't care. They
Right.
don't care, man.
Think about it. The
And-
government's the one who told us to get the COVID shot, and then so many people died. They're like, get the COVID shot. It's gonna save you. Get the COVID
Yep.
shot. Everybody's dying because they're not getting the COVID shot. Not realizing all the people who got the COVID shot, those are the people who are dying.
Are getting really sick or have bodily effects or it altered something or it did
I'm
something
telling
to
you,
you.
bruh, I know 5 people who had heart attacks after COVID shots. 5. And they were healthy.
I don't understand how it is. It baffles me, bro. Because like I said, people are just going on with this narrative and just like it's the best thing. Like I don't understand it. It's like for people that realize the bullshit and see it for what it is. It's like, how can a rational person sit here and think that this stuff is valid? Like this is the gospel truth. Like these people are just spewing out gold from their mouth, and it's like,
Right.
how? It just baffles me, man.
That's like when I was arguing with some guy online. I was telling him that the earth was flat and it was in the Bible and stuff like that. And he was saying, bro, we just saw them take a picture of the earth from outer space. And I was like, bro, did you not see the video I just posted on my Facebook of them saying that every single image of the earth from outer space is made by NASA? They
doctored.
can't take a picture. It's altered. They digitally alter every single picture of the earth. They haven't taken a real picture because they don't want us to see what it really looks like. They don't want us
Just
to
like
know.
when they showed the lunar landings from all these countries, it's all CGI. It's like,
right.
If you got a fucking camera on that thing, why are we not seeing the live stream? Why are we not seeing the actual video?
One of the astronauts was on live, right? He's on Facebook Live, right? And he says we're live from the the space station in Texas. And I was like,
yeah, I seen that.
How are you live on the space station in Texas? So somebody went on Google Maps. They found where he was. They found the exact building he was in, and they had pictures of the Earth taped to the window, like they were outer space. It was crazy, bro. It was crazy.
Here, hold on. I just found it, bro. I'm gonna put it
Right.
on.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Hold on, let me. This is what we're talking about right now. There was some a video stream of these astronauts talking to the supposed NASA space station. Just go ahead, check this out. Listen.
This is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
We are ready for the event.
Smithson Valley High School. This is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Thank you for being with us very, very much. For your taking the time. This is a special occasion for 600 high school students at Smithson Valley.
I'm Brandon Wood, a senior here at Smithson Valley, and my question goes to both of you guys, and it is, did you ever dream or aspire to become astronauts? And also, what was the feeling when you figured out that you were going into space?
Well, I'll start off and I'll let Samantha answer the second part. The first dream that I had when I was a little kid was to be an astronaut. The first book I ever read was about the Apollo program. And
the
flying.
funny thing, I'm gonna stop it right here real quick because you can see. Look at how this dude is sitting there. See how his arms? He's hunched over.
Right.
They actually show them with the harnesses.
Right.
Behind them, all this is just freaking projected. All this.
Right.
And
I've seen that
they're
too.
sitting on they're sitting with these harnesses, and it's all look at his pants. See it?
It's all jacked up. You see it?
Yeah, like it's pulling, like the harness that he's wearing or whatever. But a lot of people were like, oh, well, you know, it's space and they're floating and it's, you know, there's no.
Why is his
I'm
pants
like,
all
come on.
bunched up if he's floating?
Or that guy that was sitting there and he was talking and he was doing the experiment. The car just fell.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, he's sitting here talking about the space station. Let me go back, man, because this is just the video. All right, hold on.
That blew my mind when he said Texas. I said Texas. What?
Yeah. Like, what
and then
the hell?
Somebody took the video and went and found it on Google Maps. They found
Yeah,
the exact place where he's standing at right now.
Hold on, because it's just going through like.
But yeah, man, it's just so much, man. Like, why are they trying to hide so much from us? And I saw somewhere where it said in Greek, NASA means to deceive.
Right.
And I was just like, oh my God. It just goes deeper and deeper.
I'm telling you, man. And it's like people, you know, they want to debate it to the point where they're like, you know, how can you sit here and discuss all this stuff? And, you know, there's so much proof out there. How? And I put it out to them. I'm telling them, I'm like, have you seen it?
Right.
You know, there was a flight of, that the Air Force does in this old bomber plane that flies like 70,000 feet in the atmosphere, right? And we know that the Van Allen belt is like 120,000 feet from Earth's surface or something like that. And we can't pass that Van Allen belt. This guy's only at 70,000 feet, but when he's flying, it's flat.
Right.
Plane is completely flat. I don't care if the Earth is round. It's round, yeah.
It wouldn't be flat.
Yeah, it wouldn't be completely flat as
it wouldn't
is.
be flat.
And they're like, "Oh, well, you're just seeing the surface. You're not seeing over the curvature."
Bro, they had 300 and something pilots that they asked, and they all said that the Earth was flat, and it's a pilot secret. They're not supposed to tell anybody that the Earth is flat.
Yep. And then you see it when they're flying, their elevation or their level plane, it only goes up and down. It doesn't go over. They're not compensating for that curvature. It's completely flat. And water always holds its plane. It never changes. It will always find its level.
Right.
Anything.
In whatever container it's in, it'll always like sea level. How could there be a sea level if it's
rising?
Curved? Right. Come on, man. It's kind of simple.
And it's like you see it like we were talking about earlier about the waters that are underneath the crust or in the inner earth. They talk about how the rise and fall of the sea levels, and the big thing, like we're talking about how they are fear mongering and telling everybody about climate change and how the water will rise. What if these things are just masking what we already know, that these water levels are rising from waters that are in the earth? Yeah, it's coming and seeping through.
It's
just like it did
in there.
Bro, I just had a revelation.
They're planning to do something. They're planning.
What did it say in the Bible? What did it say in the Bible in the book of Enoch? In the end days, it's going to be just like it was in the time of Noah. Come on, man. Water levels rising.
Right.
Disasters all over the place, right?
I'm going to get me a houseboat.
Oh, you're going to be like Waterworld.
Right.
You could have your own community floating.
Right. I'm not playing.
Telling you, man. And that's crazy, bro, because like you think, and it goes into so much more stuff. But once you start looking into things, at some point the pieces come together and it fits and it makes sense, because you're like, okay, this is weird. You know what I mean? Like, this shouldn't be like this, you know?
Right.
But it is. And what are you going to do? All you can do is just present the facts and give it to people, let them see it for themselves, and you know, they can make their own decisions and their own judgments. And like I said, I'm not, you know, we're not here to sit here and tell people and force it down their throat. But it's like, this is too much of a coincidence for it to be happening the way it's happening and how it's happening. And this stuff has been either predicted that it was going to happen, or it's historically happened at a certain time element throughout history. Are we at that level where we are seeing things that they were experiencing at that time? Pompeii, the Great Flood. And it talks, bro, I just put that document, like I was saying, about that came out of the CIA, that classified document they released, that talks about not just one Genesis story, but 3. And it's the reset. There were civilizations on Earth that were here, something, a cataclysmic event or alteration of the Earth's plane devastated this planet, or this plane that we're on. Life reset and started over again, decimated all the populations. They didn't destroy everything, because some of them survived, and life just continued, got reset again, was continued again. Then you have that point where these beings stepped in, altered the DNA of whatever, made Homo sapiens from whatever the sapiens that were here. But now we're seeing that point where, is that destruction or that reset plan happening, because all the events that are leading and happening now
Are lining up. Yeah. Like that river that just came out of the middle of the desert. And it was predicted
just water
that was
flowing
going to happen.
out of the sand. Yep.
Right. It was crazy. They found like these 100-foot statues and stuff underneath the river after it dried up, just for another
In the
river to
Euphrates?
appear. Right. Another river appeared in the middle of the desert, the driest part of the desert. A river just springs out of the water, out of the ground. That's not normal. That's a sign. That's amazing. You know what I'm saying? People are just like, oh man, they said a river just popped out of the desert today. Oh yeah. Like, no, man, everybody should be paying attention to that kind of stuff. That's not
exactly.
That's never happened in your lifetime. You know?
Let me put this on here real quick, and then we can check it out. Because that's just a trippy thing. And I mean, I'm not really one to get into that religious aspect of it, but like I have always said, like, I was raised Christian, I was baptized Catholic, but in my heart, man, like, it just didn't correlate. Like, there's a bigger purpose that everybody should see, that we're all human beings, we're all one family, and if we all rise to this level of consciousness together and put those things aside, I think that people will start to understand that together as a human race, this planet can sustain us forever.
Right. We're always going to be stronger together. We're always going to be stronger together.
We won't rise to that level of consciousness until people are ready for that. But here's that. I'm not sure if this is it.
The Cooking with Lisa. I hope you're all well and having a fantastic new year so far. Happy New Year to each and every one of you, and I pray that the Lord will bless you and keep you safe throughout this year. We can all agree that Bible prophecies are fulfilling these days, like the Euphrates River drying up and snow appearing in countries and places where it never snowed before, and major floods, etc. This is another Bible prophecy that is fulfilling. I'm going to read this Bible prophecy that's fulfilling now from the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 19 through 21, where it says, "Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness, and rivers in the desert. The beasts of the field shall honor me, the dragons and the owls."
You see what it said? The dragons. The dragons, bro. Like,
believe no dragons,
what is
sir.
Please.
Right.
Please.
This is ancient
No
text now. Like,
dragons.
these people are talking about
Right.
dragons. So now we're talking about these creatures that are going to be coming out on the earth. Like, people are seeing things and they can't explain it because the atmosphere, things are changing. Things are getting
You're right.
ice caps. We're seeing creatures in the water we've never seen before. We're seeing freaking beings that are coming out of wherever the hell they're coming out of. And like, people can't explain it. And this is something that they've been talking about for a while.
Right, bro.
Because I give waters in the wilderness
Crazy, man.
and rivers in the desert, to give drink to my people, my chosen. This people have I formed for myself. They shall shew forth my praise. So, even here in Kuwait, we have had some strange weather conditions. Like the other day, it was snowing for the very first time, and I had a dream twice that it would happen, and it definitely happened. So all these strange weather conditions that we're experiencing around the world is not because of climate change. It is because the Bible says that it will happen, and Jesus' word will not return to him.
Going back on this, like I said, I mean, we're looking, people look at one narrative, but that's the cool thing about it, is because you see this stuff being talked about in other cultures that are older than the Bible. And they're saying the same thing. And it's like, if Jesus was one prophet that was trying to show us the way, right? He was trying to get us on that path because he knew that this destruction, and he was trying to prevent this stuff. You have Muhammad, you have Buddha, you have all these people that were trying to show humanity, hey, look, y'all need to wake up, because if we don't get on this path and get on this enlightenment and realize who you are and what we are capable of, the destruction's going to come. That's going to be inevitable, but we can prevent that path. But I think we've gotten on that path to the destruction that we are not going to, it's unpreventable now. Like, we're already on that path, and now we're just going to have to suck up what's coming. But the people that are like that realize it, that are trying to progress themselves, all we can do is just be that light in the darkness to help people and just say, hey, look, there's a way out of this. Like, we could come together and just make this happen. But as you said earlier, the darkness, the people that are on that side of trying to bring this stuff forward to make it happen, because that's what they want. They want this new world order. They want the coming of the Antichrist, and like setting the stage for all this crap to happen. And we see it.
Bro, I feel like everything that happens is meant to happen. Like today, I saw a story a lady was telling. She used to babysit Elon Musk. His name was LL, I forgot, LL Tom or something like that. That's what they called him when he was little. And she said that one day he did something really evil, and she said she never spoke about it. She was like a teenager when she used to watch him. And she said, like, a couple years later, she asked his mom, and she was like, is Elon Musk the Antichrist? She said no, but he carries the mark of the beast.
Yeah. And we seen him when he went to that gala thing. He was wearing that suit of the dragon.
You seen that suit? And I was like, get out of here, man. I seen that just earlier today.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Man, get out of here. And then
it's not a coincidence, man.
I'm on here talking to Sammy. You feel me?
And that's cool, man, because it's like you see all this stuff, and it's like it's the setting of a stage. Like, these people got to know something.
Right.
They've got it. They're on the elite. They're on the 1% list. They're on the in crowd. So they're not ignorant to the fact of, hey, I'm getting a call from so-and-so, and dude's like giving them that information, like, hey, blah, 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 blah.
Underground bunkers, and people are doing all it. Come on, man.
Why the fuck are you trying to leave? Why are you trying to leave?
Where are you going? Right.
What's the purpose?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they're so built on trying to leave here. What's going on? Like, then, like, what was it yesterday? NASA sitting there talking about, like you said, this asteroid that's on its path that could make its way either to Earth or by it. Now we got this eclipse coming. with all these disasters and stuff that are possibly
And
going to
then
happen.
a comet the size of Mount Everest. Come on, bro. Mount Everest.
This is like some shit from what was it? Deep
A
Impact.
movie. Right, a movie.
Yep. And it's like like we were talking about earlier, the desensitization of the public,
Right.
and
They're
keep
just like,
them.
oh man, that's cool. 4
Hey, man,
things that have never happened in our entire lifetime at once, and
At
nobody bats an eye.
Yep. It's going to be crazy, man, because like we're witnessing it, and we're here at that stage. But the people that are consciousness level bound understand, because it's like we're aware like of the seriousness and the implications of what humanity is going to go through. Like,
right.
They
said that the internet could be off for weeks and months.
Electronics just shut down.
No cell phones. No come
TV,
on, man.
no power. Come on, man.
That ain't
Y'all better
normal.
stock up on food and gas and blah blah blah. Telling you. But yeah, it's crazy, man. It's nuts to think that we're at this point in history where we're witnessing it, and the ramifications of how is this going to change and affect us, and all of it's happening, bro, in the election year. Go to figure.
Right.
Go to figure. And it's weird, bro. And then we got these people in office that this is happening under their watch. Like, we already see how destructive they are right now with just little things. Like, what are they planning, with this whole thing?
They've been blowing my mind as far. You, how many times have you heard there's too many people on the planet? We're overpopulated. The planet's overpopulated.
Right in front of our face.
People die every day.
Yeah.
More people die every day than they're born.
But they're talking about eradicating more people.
Right. Come on, man. There's no way that we're overpopulated.
Oh, y'all better start eating bugs.
Right. I'm grilling.
Yeah. We're going to be eating locusts on a stick.
On a stick. Chicken on a stick. From chicken on
They're
a
like
stick
kebabs,
to locusts on a stick.
teriyaki sauce.
Hey, you said that the locusts are going to be abundant. So we know we got something to eat.
We eating something. But that's what's crazy, man, is because we see it every day. We know what's behind it. But at the same time, a lot of people aren't consciously aware of the ramifications, not only just for us, but the future, dude. Like, what? This is like, is this the turning point? You know what I mean?
Right. What does that mean for our kids?
Yeah. What does it mean for, humanity? Are we on that path of destruction, or are we on the setup for what's to come?
Is April 8th the end of all of it?
Is it the beginning of it?
Right. Right. Is it the end
People
of the
are like,
beginning? Right.
Yeah, it's like, God dang. But I don't know, man. It's a lot of stuff. It seems like, it seems crazy, dude, but it's like, it's not, I don't know, man. It's like, it's not scary, but it's interesting, and it's scary at the same time, because you're like, fuck, I want to see what's going to happen. But
am I
really
prepared? Am I prepared? Right.
We were just talking about this, man, and it's fucking nuts, bro. Really, It really, really is.
It really is. Like,
and
I was trying not to even bring it up. I was like,
you got to, bro. We on the show. We got the.
I was like,
we
I'm
got
not
drop
even
the
gonna
bombs
say it. I'm gonna let Sammy. I'm gonna let Sammy say it.
And that's the thing, man. Is like, right now, like, we're, like I said earlier before I when I was posting about this yesterday, I was like, man, we're gonna get in deep to it. Like, we're gonna be talking about a lot of stuff, and some people are probably, I'm betting right now, dude, there's probably about 15 people that I know of right now that I'm watching it on the thing, that have gotten on here and gotten off, because like they know, like, people, and they'll share it, dude. So I know people are like passing the word out, and it's like, Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like I want, that's the thing is like you get people that it'll be like 3-second views, 4 or 5-second views. They'll get snippets of it or shared 4 or 5 times. I can't see who's doing it, but I know they're doing it because it'll tell me.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, bro, is like, we get on here and that's what I want to do is like bring people on. And I'm glad that you did it because you're the first person that I've had besides my buddy Ken. We were talking about some crazy crap that's happened around here about like possible skinwalkers and how he's seen things. And he's, like, man, dude, I see it exactly what you've seen. I've experienced it.
Bruh, it's crazy stuff. Just, bruh, I'm going to just say this. On Halloween last year, I live right
He's gonna drop
behind.
another dime right here, people. He's gonna drop it.
Look,
Listen up.
So I live behind, the woods are protected behind my house. There's like
Right.
acres and acres of woods protected behind my house. And I have cameras all around my house. So I go to work at 3 in the morning. I leave the house. I walk out the
Right.
house, it's Halloween day, and I hear a scream. And I stop. I'm looking at myself, like I looked at it later on the camera. I stood there for like 30 seconds. Just like, what in the hell was that? Then I hear it
Right.
again, a scream, like a lady screaming from the woods. And I was like, oh, hell no. I get in my car, I drive to work. But I was like, it's Halloween. It was a full moon, it was Halloween, and a scream came from the woods at 3 in the morning
Wow.
behind my house. And I was just like, oh, hell no. I get in my car, I drove to work, bro. And I haven't ever told anybody. I haven't ever told anybody. I told
And
my
that's
kids.
that's
And
what I'm
then I
saying.
told
That's
you.
the cool thing, bro, is because you experience it and you're like, did I just really fucking,
Bruh,
did that
it
really
was
just happen?
Halloween. So I always thought, it's Halloween, people just dress up. But when I heard that, I was like, maybe there's something else going
Yeah.
on Halloween that we don't really know what it is. Because
Yeah.
that scream was not normal.
Yeah.
It was
And
not normal.
that's bone chilling, dude. Because like, look at, dude, I'm getting fucking goosebumps, bro. Because
Right.
I'm like, I'm thinking about the shit that we've seen or we've experienced, and it's not just me. Like I said, my buddy Ken, he got on and I brought him on. He's like, dude, I've seen it myself. Like, and I'm like, all right, cool. Well, if you've heard it and you live right by where I'm at, then that means that we probably heard the same shit.
Right. For sure.
And that's the cool thing, man, is because like I said, there are things in this world we can't explain. We know that we're not alone here. We know
There's no
that
way.
there are things that have been here that are ancient, they're old. We know that there are other dimensions. We know that the dimensions at some point can merge to where we're able to see or visualize or experience things. Or there are people that have even gotten caught up and they've been in those things and they're like, fuck, they walk around and they're like in the 1920s or something or
Right.
other, and they're like, they see it and they're like, they're seeing it and they're visualizing it with their own eyes and their ears, but at the same time, their mind's trying to go, wait a minute,
Figure
is
out
this
what's going on, right?
Yeah. But they experience it, and it either happens once or it will happen later on, and it happens multiple times. So it's like, are certain people chosen to be able to see it because their mind is open to it? Yeah, and it's like it's nuts, bro. Because I mean, you like I said, you try and tell people that have never seen that, and they just like, you're fucking crazy. They don't know what you're
Right.
talking about.
Bro, I was another thing. I was at work. I'm a truck driver, obviously. So
Yeah.
I'm a lead driver. So I have to check every trailer. There's like 80 trailers. Every morning I have to see what's in what trailer and write it all down. So I'm doing that. And I'm telling my buddy a story about Afghanistan. Like, bro, we were doing this, we were doing that. And I was telling him about my interpreter saying that the genie's in the area, right?
Yeah.
Bro, every light on the trailer came on. Every light on the trailer came on. The backup lights, the brake lights. I look around the trailer. There's no truck hooked up to this trailer. There's no power source. There's no nothing. So I said, did you see that? He goes, yeah, bro. And he's looking around the trailer too, like, what was that? And I was like, all right, we're just not gonna talk about it. We're just gonna keep going. So we keep going, And as soon as I brought it up again, I was like, bro, tell me that wasn't crazy. All the lights of the trailer came on again. Totally different trailer. 30
Wow.
trailers away from the last one. Every light comes on again. And I was like, bro, that's crazy, bro. That's not.
Yeah,
That's,
man.
so I started
Because you
asking
can't
people,
explain it.
have you ever seen all the lights come on the trailer? They're like, no. Why? And I'm like, never mind.
Forget it.
Never mind.
I'm just, yeah, that's crazy. And that's what I'm saying, man, is like to experience things. There's no explanation for things that happen, but it's like in your mind, you feel like something's going on.
Right.
You know, there's some substance or some purpose why things happen. You can't explain it, but it's the nature of it that you're like, you need to find out because it's showing, it's validating to you that there's something else going on.
Something is happening. Like,
Exactly.
I just didn't know what. And I still work with this guy right now. And he was like, bro, we're just not going to talk about it. I was like, all right.
We're not going to get into it.
Yeah, he don't want to talk about it. It scared him so bad he didn't want to talk about it. So.
Yeah, man. And, you know, it's cool that, you know, like we get validation like that. Like I said, man, at the beginning of the show is like, you know, discussing and talking about things and, you know, just bringing it out because it's like, you know, you don't want, I mean, you know, you don't, I know for me, like it just felt weird because a lot of people will say things or talk about you or like,
Bruh,
oh man, well,
I'm the type
you're
of person,
crazy.
I don't care what people say. Bruh, I'm going to tell you what happened regardless of how you feel about it. Bruh, this is what
Right.
happened. Like,
Yep.
this is what happened. Like it or not, that's what happened.
Or like I
And
said, like when you're discussing just topics, like, you know, you bringing it up and it's like, you don't want to go
bruh,
down this rabbit hole with me.
right. So look, when I call him and I go, hey, bruh, you remember when this happened? He's like, yeah, bro, why? I thought we wasn't going to talk about it. You know, like,
Yeah.
I thought we was done with
Why are
that.
you bringing this up? I forgot
Right,
about
you
it.
bringing it up. And now I'm scared again. You know, he just
Yep.
wanted to forget about it.
Yeah, man. And that's the trippy thing, dude, is because like when you can, you know, I was just, what one is it? Like 3 episodes ago and this Friday I was talking about how for a lot of vets, like it's validating because the experience is so real that it's like you could be in that moment right now.
Right. It feels like
Taste,
you're right back there.
Yep. Taste,
You're right
smells,
back there.
feels, hear everybody, know what everybody was doing. So it's like some people don't get that aspect because they will never understand it. They will never feel
Right.
that sensation. They will never, you know, experience something like that. So it's like in those moments of seeing the things that we saw that we know we can't talk about, but we know it in our heart, like we felt it, and like you can experience those feelings exactly the way it happened right now. Like I can
Right.
close my eyes and just see it.
Right.
And this an experiment that somebody had did was saying those are not just memories. That's your mind, your spirit. You're able to project your spirit to those moments because it's like
Right.
you're traveling. Like I
Right.
could go to sleep. Like I'll have dreams or whatever,
And I'm right
and
back
I'll be
there.
in that moment, right back in that moment, dude.
I feel you. I feel you.
You know, and that's the cool thing, dude, is because like people won't understand it, but it's like you know, you felt it, you experienced it, and it's real. And it's
Right.
like, am I really here? Like, is this really happening? Like,
So,
and then you,
like sometimes something ever happen to you and you're like, do you see that? Or did you hear that too? Or is it just me? You know, like I
oh
need
yeah,
somebody to say that they're seeing
yeah,
what I'm seeing at the same time.
right.
You know?
And that's funny that you say it because we were just sitting outside last night because I live out here. I'm on 5 acres, but I'm out in the country. Like there's, you know, I'm on, you know, in a plain and I got in a valley and there's mountains on the either side of me.
Wow.
But it's clear at night. So there's our nearest neighbor is like a mile down the road. And at night, last night, it was a full moon and I decided to sit outside and I was doing my meditations. It was like 9 o'clock and I sat out there for like 30 minutes, bro. And it was freezing, but I wasn't cold. I was just focused.
Yeah, you was vibing.
And yeah, and I told my wife, I was like, babe, do you remember that time when we were sitting outside and I was laying down on our porch and I was just looking up at the sky and I was just like talking. I was like, man, I know these things are real. If they're out there, I know you're out there. If I was able to be taken to see this stuff, I want to see it. I want to experience it. I'd like to have my family go with me and just leave this place. Like, just come and get me.
Yeah, that'd
Sure
be
as
cool.
shit, I'm laying there and I'm looking up at this constellation in the sky because it's clear. A fucking flash, bro. From the space, dude.
Yeah.
She saw it. I look over at her. She's sitting on the chair, bro. And I go, babe, did you see that? She goes, yeah. And I go, what was it? And she was like, it was a flash, like a camera. And I jumped up and I was like, oh my God, that really happened. She's like, yeah, but I can see it in her face. Like she's going, what the fuck? Like she's trying to
rationalize what just happened, like how to explain it, like.
Bro, to this day and everything that has happened after that, I was doing my ice baths out in the back and I was sitting there and I told her, I said, I'm going to meditate and I'm going to call out to these guys and see if they're going to show themselves. So I was sitting there and I was just still meditating and I was just like, if you're there, just show yourself to us. I just want to make communication, blah, blah, blah. I know this sounds fucking crazy and people are going to be like, this dude's lost his shit.
Nah, bro.
My wife was sitting there. She's smoking, bro.
Guess
she was
what?
smoking.
I did the same shit that you're saying. I did the same shit. On G. Look, and my kids were with me. I was like, look, hey guys, I'm just doing this. Y'all could go in the house. And they're like, Dad, what if you never come back? I was like, they were like, we're not going in the house. We're going to stay out here with you. I was like, all right. But I was just, because we got, like, I live right, like, the airport. It's just a couple miles behind my house. So the stars are just clear and they're bright. I got these stars that are blue and purple and red. They're like flashing colors. And I'm like, bro, that's not a star. I don't know. I'm going to talk to it. So I was just talking and talking and talking. And then they just went away. I was like, where'd they go? And then my kids look up and they're like, I don't know. And I was like, they're gone. Stars don't
Bro,
move.
don't tell me you looked up and it was like just black.
Bruh, nothing was there. Nothing. And I was just like, my kids was like, Dad, we need to go in the house. And I was like, all right. But I was just like, but where did they go? It was just stars right here. It was just like 3 or 4 stars that were bright as hell. They were gone.
And that's funny, bro, because the same thing happened to my wife. Like I said, I was sitting there and in the clouds, it was weird because the moon was up above the clouds and it was projecting the light on the overcast. But in this cloud, it was a fucking rectangle, bro. Straight corners and everything long. And I go, babe, look at that. That's kind of weird, right? Like, why would a cloud make a shadow formation like that? And she was like, where? And I go, you can't see that shit? It's fucking huge. She goes, oh, yeah, that is kind of crazy. So I'm sitting there just like, all right, I'm meditating. Bro, I should bring her in here because she said exactly the same thing you just said.
Right.
She goes, I was looking up and I could see the stars bright as day. She was like, I'm sitting there smoking and I look back up, black.
Right. Nothing.
Like nothing. Like it was just like something was blocking out the image of the stars. And she was just like, okay, like, am I seeing what I'm really seeing here? And she told me this afterwards. And I told her, I said, that cannot be coincidence. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just for 2 people to see this. And then my son, when I did it the first time, he got scared. Because he was
my
like,
kids got scared too.
Spotlight or like it just like a light just shining and it's like, and then another one came from the other spot. And he was like, Dad. And I'm like, calm down, son. Cause I'm like meditating and he's like yelling at me like, Dad, look at this. And I'm like, chill out, man. Like, I didn't even want to look at it. I was just focusing. And he saw it. He was just like, and he's 21, but he was just like, I ain't never seen nothing like that in my life. That scared me. He was like, it was just trippy because it just came out of nowhere.
I tried to record it.
And that's what I wanted to do. Yep.
I'm going to try to, but like, it was like me and my daughter. I used to take her to the gym with me. It was probably like, I would say 7:30 at night, and we're on the way to the gym. and we're riding in the car, and I see like a red comet going across the sky, and then it stops and goes black, and then it has like electricity going around it, and I'm like, get your phone, because I'm driving. I'm like, get your phone, and I roll the windows down, and I'm like, record it, record it, record it. So she's trying to record. I'm trying, Dad, I'm trying. So she's trying to record it, and then it blacks out and it goes away. I was like, did you get it? Did you get it? She's like, I got a little bit of it. But it was like a red comet going across the sky. And then
Yeah.
it stopped, went black, and had electricity like going all around it. And it was like nobody was even paying. It went right over all the cars, right above the gym. I
Yeah.
live in Oakleaf Town Center in Jacksonville, Florida. Bro, there's like 150 stores. It's like, it's bright, it's lit up, right above all
Yeah.
of that. This was happening. Right above it. And
And that's
nobody's seen
crazy.
it.
And see, it's like it's validating because you know you're not the only person that sees it, and it's like they show themselves.
Yeah, my
Like, hey,
daughter
we're
was like,
here.
she was yelling. She was like, I'm trying. She was trying to get her phone out to record it.
Dang, man. And that's
But it
cool, dude,
was,
because like I said, I mean, it's cool that we're able to sit and talk about it and share that stuff because a lot of people that have probably had those experiences and, you know, if they've had them, like I've always tried to say is like, you know, you're not alone. And putting it out there and saying, you know, well, I've seen this or I've experienced this stuff,
right.
you know, hopefully it'll help other people who have seen it that are dealing with like other people like, you know, you're a fucking nutcase and they don't want to talk about it.
Right.
So they
I
just,
try to
they're
teach
quiet.
my kids to just be yourself, you know, like you don't gotta try to fit in with everybody else. If you see something and some crazy shit happen, don't be
Yep.
afraid to say, hey man, this just fucking happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, just,
Look at this
you know,
crap.
right. I don't care what they say. That shit happened.
And the one thing I try and tell my kids too, man, is being weird. People might say you're weird, but being weird is the new cool because it's like you're different than other people, and it's okay to be different. It's okay
Right.
to be not like everybody else because you're an individual. You know what I'm saying? And you're you. There's nobody
Yeah.
else on this planet that's like you. You're you.
I
You're the
don't
one
want
and
to be
only.
like everybody else. I
Yep.
don't want to be like them. I'm me.
But
Right.
that's the thing, bro. Like they're making that the norm. Everybody's got to be like each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got to be. It's the segregation and the division that they plant in people's heads of, oh well, you're not like me, so you're weird.
Right.
You're not you don't do the same things I do, so you know you can't be like us. You know what I mean? Like what? That's the thing. That's what we got to break. Is like, and it starts like with our kids, like you were
Just be
saying.
yourself. Just be
Yep.
you.
Thing. Do what you got to do. Don't worry about it. As long as you're doing the right thing, you know, I'll support you and I'll back you 100%. And
Right.
it's like, you know, kids, their minds are open. They're susceptible to a lot of stuff because they haven't been implanted with that doctrine. They're not at that level where we were at before we woke up and took them, you know, them that cover off. They're
Right.
still open. So they're susceptible to everything. So they see things, experience things, and they don't say nothing because they're like, oh, I'm
Right.
scared.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
ain't finna say. I ain't gonna tell nobody.
Yep.
You're right.
So that's the cool thing, man, is like, you know, that you're doing is like you're telling your kids, hey, you know, you see something, you experience something, say something. Like,
Tell me. I want to
yep.
know. You know.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
So yeah, man. I mean, I don't know how much time you got left, or if you want to get off, or you know, I don't know if
Yeah.
you want to take a piss break or what.
I'm about to go cook dinner, bro.
Hell yeah, man. Well, I appreciate you, brother. I love you to death,
Man,
man,
it
and I'm
was a
glad.
it was a pleasure to be on here hanging out with my
Oh
dog.
man, it was my honor, man. I'm glad
Yeah.
that you did it, bro. You got the first seat on the show, man. First ever.
Hey,
Secret of the Know. We
I
got the
appreciate it.
yeah, man, and you know, keep in touch, man, and I'll stay in contact with you, and we're gonna have to do this again, man. So
Yeah, man. Hey,
I'll let you go do your thing,
hey,
bro.
anytime you can bring me. I'm
Hell
I'm
yeah.
down. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, man, we'll have to get together and we'll have to bring some other people on because on the platform I got, it's up to 10 people that I can have on live with me. So like I put the Restream studio. I was like, if y'all want to get on and
Okay.
talk, click the link and we'll do it. So like anytime, you know, just you know, shoot me a message, shoot me an email. Hey Sam, you know, I'm good this day, this
All
time.
right.
We'll fucking happen, man.
All
We'll
right,
do it.
man. Yes, sir. All right,
Well,
bro.
right on, brother. I love you, man. Be safe.
Hey,
Much
love you
love
too,
to the
man.
family.
Bless you and your
Stay
family.
safe.
All
Hey,
right.
you too, bro.
All right.
All right, man.
Peace.
There you have it, folks. We just had our first live stream. My co-host, my brother David McLean, sharing some insight and some stories about things that have happened with him, experiences. As I said before, like the validation. God, these glasses in that sun. The validation of things that happen throughout our lives sometimes seem like we just are alone. And as I said, and when I started this podcast, is this platform was, I designed it because the push and the urge for the knowledge to get things out and to talk about things with other people and putting information out. And it's not just about, you know, the things that people don't want to touch on, like, you know, people talking about, you know, oh, well, you're crazy. And, you know, why would you talk about something like this? It's not just to stir up the pot, but it's to give people the opportunity to say, hey, I've experienced this. I've dealt with this, or I feel exactly the same way you do, or my experiences have led me to this. This is where we can come together, talk to each other, and be able to have a platform where we can just be us, be real with each other, and just talk and discuss these things that everybody, you know, or some people who are enlightened or who are at that level of enlightenment can say, hey, you know, let's share this topic, or let's talk about this a little bit with each other, and just share, and not have to worry about the criticism or, you know, the controversy of having people get on you and put you down, because this is where we're able to do that stuff. And I'm glad that, you know, the people who are able to watch this podcast and feel like they're able to go ahead and discuss things. And like I told my buddy, you know, my brother McLean, you know, if there's subjects that you don't want to talk about, bro, it's cool, because that's how I am. There are things that I can't talk on camera, but I can talk to him face to face. Him and I can share things because we've experienced it, and I mean, he understands, he knows, just like, you know, he had touched on with some of the things that they had seen and saw, but they know that they shouldn't have seen it. And it's like, you don't talk about it for years, but you know, it happened because other people experienced it with you. And I'm glad that we were able to get that going and to have that experience here on the podcast. That was really exciting. First, the first of its kind. Really cool, really awesome. I'm glad that we were able to experience that. I'm glad that if you were able to experience that, be here for that moment. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. And I'm gonna end up ending this right now. I pray that everybody, you know, I pray to the Creator that everybody has a safe day, has a safe week tomorrow, and stay open, stay humble, realize that tomorrow's not promised to anybody. We're all given that time slot. We don't know when our time's up, but when it's up, it's up. And enjoying and sharing life with the people that we love and we care about, and just experience life. That's what it's about. Live your life to the fullest. Don't be held down by bondage of, you know, your work, the stress of having to do things, paying your bills, you know, worrying about getting things, food on the table, and missing focus of your children, of life, experiencing the moment, the minute to minute aspect of every day, and enjoying those things with the people and the things that matter to you most. Focus on that. Don't get distracted by everything that's happening outside of your life, because it'll all get figured out. That is the cage that we live in as a society that they have put on us. Okay, well, you've got to be in this. Now you grow up, you're 18, you got to graduate school, now you got to get a job, you got to get a career, you got to focus on this, you got to focus, and you're missing out on life. We were all missing out on the things that matter. We're going to work, we're coming home, we're not spending time with our kids, we're not being able to do things that matter most. Stop. Focus on what is real. Focus on your family. Focus on your life. That matter most. Stop. I'm trying to see if this thing's working. If this music's too loud, let me know. Focus on what is real. Focus on your family. Focus on your life. All right, sounds good. That matter. So this is what I pray that everybody understands and gets out of these podcasts, is that when I post things about my meditation and me taking that time out to just center myself, focus on life, focus on being quiet, being still. It sets that balance for you as an individual to be able to be grounded. Go outside and walk around with your shoes off. Ground yourself, become one with the earth, because I had a revelation the other day when I was doing some meditation. And this is the first time that I've talked about it, and I haven't said anything. I haven't even told my wife about it, so you're going to hear it first. She's probably going to punch me in the throat for saying it and not telling her. But the message and the things that I got out of this is that the earth is our tree of life. We see in ancient cultures the tree of life as the center of this planet, and everything around it is focused on that tree of life. It gives us substance. It gives us life. It gives us shelter. It gives us harmony between everybody because we all share it. We're here. We are all one. We are all connected in one way or another through this journey of life. And if you see that and you understand it, I would really hope that you realize that you are special, you are important, your life matters. And if you get to that point where you feel like you are not important and that your life doesn't matter, that is something trying to hinder you from experiencing it, because your life matters and it means something. If it can snuff out that light, snuff out that life, that will probably change humanity. That will probably end up changing the course of events and history in somebody else's life that you touch. Your life matters. You matter. The importance of everything that goes on in our lives means something. I gotta fix this thing because I think it's broke. Oh well. But as I said, you, my friends, my fellow enlightened ones, we're on this path and this journey to make this happen. And I'm just honored that everybody's here and going along on this journey. And thank you guys for being here. And thank you guys for being a part of it. I couldn't ask for anything else better than to be able to share this moment of being able to talk to other people and have them experience a lot of things that we're experiencing. And however you find your peace and your balance, I hope that you find it and that it's a comfort to you. And in anything that you do in your life, just know that you're not alone. We're all in this together. There is no such thing as just being alone. We are all connected, and we've got to stop the division. We've got to stop the separation. We've got to stop these people from dividing us and just come together as human beings and make a stand against these people and make a stand against these changes that are hurting and hindering us and destroying our ascension to be enlightened, to be able to grow together. So I'm glad that you all have come along on this journey. I'm glad that we are able to do that, and we are able to build this together. And I say build this together because I'm trying to find my video here because it's my closing video. Gosh dang it. I don't know if it's going to work. Probably won't. Ooh. It's so funny because it says it can't open it, and it's messed up because I've already tried it. It's weird because it's talking about some stuff on my thing I haven't even talked about, so I'm gonna see if I can't get this thing. There it is, called Video Bolt. I'll play my video for you guys, and you guys can check it out. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I had a template of a video that I created. Here it is. See if it'll work. I'll let you guys check it out. But like I said, I just want to say thank you to everybody. I appreciate everybody for coming along. It's been such a fantastic journey. Thank you guys. And we will continue to take this road and talk about these subjects. This was a very good one. This was a long episode. Crazy. How crazy is that? I'm gonna play this video for you guys. You guys check it out. Oops. I'll leave you guys with this. Appreciate you all for coming along, like I said, and being a part of this, because it really means something to be able to have this ability to do this. And I appreciate you guys so much for hanging out and coming along with me on this. And we'll just keep looping it. But I can't save it because I got to pay for it, and you guys can check it out. Hopefully you guys will like it. Thank you guys so much for coming along with me. But here you go. I'm going to leave you guys with this. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys so much for coming along and joining me on this. And it's been a blessing, and I appreciate you guys so much. So thank you guys, and enjoy the video. This will be my outro, and I appreciate it, and thank you guys so much. Here we go. I don't know why it's freezing, because like it's never done that before. It's not allowing it to do it. It's crazy. Yeah, this is the only thing that's open. How weird is that, huh? So weird. Like it's everything was streaming. You know what I'm saying? And now all of a sudden it doesn't want to do it. How crazy is that? I literally just sat here, went through the stream. The heck? Come on. Open up. So I'm gonna. This is something I'm trying to get it fixed. Editing on it, but this is gonna be the video for the show. Just a little rough sketch. So. Yeah, this is just weird. Like everything. How weird is that? I don't know. I can't understand. Yeah, this is weird. Like it's never done this. Never. It's always just played. Crazy. I can't understand it. It's always just gone through. Anyway. Wow. So cool. I hope you liked it. Let me know what you think. But I'm going to be doing some editing on it. And I'm really excited and proud of that. I'm able to get that going. So thank you guys for coming along on this journey. I appreciate you. And I will see you guys next time. Godspeed. Have a good work week. Whatever's going on in your life, just take it easy and be safe. And know that you are appreciated, man. We all love you. And I will see you guys soon. Appreciate you.